September 11, 2024, at 6:30 PM in council chambers, and all those viewing via Zoom. Notice of this meeting was given to the township clerk and posted on township bulletin board and township website calendar and sent to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger. This meeting has been properly noticed to the public in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. No new matters will start after 10:30 PM. May I ask everybody to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like a moment of silence in the remembrance of 9/11 and all those who gave their lives on that day. Thank you very much. The next regular planning board meeting will be held October 9th, 2024 at 7:30 PM via Zoom. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alpert? Mr. Cardoza?
Present.
Ms. Capper? Here. Mr. Klein?
Here.
Mr. Morgan? Mr. Wilks?
Here.
Council President Rutherford? Mayor McCartney?
Present.
Mr. Guarino?
Present.
Chairman Bago?
Here. Thank you. Ms. McGovern, would you swear in our professionals, please?
Okay, so tonight we have from Sammy Jordan Rizzo and Mr. Hazel. If you please raise your hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, on August 24th, 2024, in the morning, Mr. Ken Alper, Mr. John Cardoza, and myself, in concert with Diana McGovern, were given permission to visit the site that is the question in this application. We went through Oval Road to Warner Road. We went down to the bridge that goes into Essex Fells. We went up Warner Road to Bayowski and Cusick Drive. We then looked around that area. We walked the site from that portion. We then went up around to Howell Drive, walked down through Howell Drive through most of the site. At no time did we meet anybody representing the applicant nor any members of the public. We made no decisions based on what we saw. We were on a fact-finding tour looking at the elements of the project. The application PB 24-01 West Essex Highlands Incorporated Block 179, Lot 32, Zone IH1, Warner Road. The applicant is proposing to develop a 496 inclusionary multifamily residential development on a 120-acre property in the northwest corner of the township for the applicant, Mr. Plocker.
Hi, good evening. Brian Plocker from the firm of Hutch Manowitz and Plocker here on behalf of the applicant. Good evening.
Got the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We left off with Mr. Appel, our architect. He gave his direct testimony, took questions from the board members of the public, and I believe the objector group attorney needs to question him now.
Mr. Efron?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, members. If I was a few minutes late, if I held you up, I apologize. Yes, I'm going to start over. Good evening. I'm Bruce Afran, A-F-R-A-N. I am counsel for the objectors. We care. And I was saying that I apologize if I was late and caused any delay. I have some cross-examination. Won't be, well, every lawyer says it won't be that long, and that's a risky thing to ever say, so I will withdraw that. I don't think it'll take very long, though. Good evening, Mr. Phelps.
Hello.
When Mr. Anderson testified, he indicated there was no balloon test undertaken because the canopy of the trees didn't allow the balloon movement. Do you recall hearing that?
I did recall hearing that, yes.
Yes. Now, I understand the reasoning he gave, but the balloon test is mandatory in the settlement agreement, is it not?
I'm gonna
Mr.
object
Plocker.
if I may. The balloon test was something that the condo association asked for and was contained in the exhibit to the settlement agreement, regarding our obligation to the condominium association. And I believe Mr. Anderson testified. If he didn't, somebody can certainly make it clear that they were out in the field, and when they saw the sight lines and the view, they agreed that it wasn't necessary.
So the answer is yes, it is a part of the settlement agreement and is required in the settlement agreement. Does Mr. Plucker agree with that?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of the question. I know we're not in a court, but that is very misleading.
I'm gonna do what I think is the settlement agreement speaks for itself. So if you want to highlight that paragraph, feel free to put that on the record, but otherwise, I think that's the answer.
Well, the settlement agreement requires a balloon test. It was not done for the reason Mr. Anderson gave. Now, my question, Mr. Appel, is, are there any other types of tests that can be done when a balloon test is impracticable or cannot be undertaken for any reason?
To achieve what?
To achieve an identification of how visible the height of the buildings will be, which is the purpose of the balloon test in the first place.
One would be to physically measure the height of a tree, because that's typically what one of the things that a balloon test is doing. Other than that, perhaps a drone, but that's, I'm not aware of other tests to do.
Well, nothing else was done, to your knowledge, to identify the height relative to both the trees and the visibility to other houses.
I'm not aware of other tests that were
Thank
done.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask if you would put on the screen, and I'm not sure which of the slides it is. We'll start with 4.1. I don't have a set of these myself, so I'm not absolutely certain which number it is. Sure. I'll stop. If you can go back to 4.1. I don't, they may not be in direct order. Let's go. That's it. Okay, thank you. If you would, that's not that. Let's go to 4.4B and then C, please. Stop, I think, yeah, thank you. Go to C, please, if you can. Okay. Both 4.4C and B depict the slope in different orientations. Is that correct?
Yes, if you look at the key map, it indicates where those sections were taken.
Now, if you look on 4.4, the screen we have in front of us, I think it's 4.4C. If we could move that just a little bit over to the right, so we see the beginning corner. That's it, thank you. Now, we have a house that's depicted on the bottom of the slope, as you see. That's obviously meant to be an idealized demonstration of a house at the base, is that correct?
Just diagrammatic.
Right. Okay. So I say idealized diagrammatic, it's just illustrative. It's not intended to show existing conditions in any particular way, except that there are houses at the bottom.
That's correct.
Now, what is, I can't quite see because it's not clear. At the very beginning of the slope, there's two words, I cannot make them out, at least my eyes can't.
Rosemont Terrace.
Thank you. Now, there is a point of a sight line that continues from that base right there. Now, Rosemont Terrace is referring to a street, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so you're referring to the grade of the street at the beginning of the sight line, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you have a sight line running on an angle, it looks like, I don't know, probably a 30-degree angle, if I'm estimating correctly. And it goes up, it skirts a tree, and then it goes way up into the sky, if I'm correct. Now, what's the point of showing that particular sight line?
Basically, the sight line was shown diagrammatically so that it just represented over the house, over the line of the house. So, but it wasn't representing that somebody can't tilt their head or otherwise move. So
It's-
not,
So it's actually representing a position of, say, a squirrel on the pavement, standing behind the house and looking up.
drawn was an automobile in the street. And that way it was just giving perspective of somebody driving by versus somebody being in the home.
Okay, well, I don't see an automobile, but I understand what you're saying. Now, let's look.
It's very small. You can see the distances are so great that all these pieces
Okay.
are quite small.
It may not be quite to scale a real car with a person sitting in it, I assume. Now, if you look at, if you can enlarge that again, please, I'm sorry. Now, the next sight line seems to start from one of the eaves of that house. Is that correct?
We actually tried to raise that up to a vantage point that somebody would be looking out of a second floor window. So we considered that to be another potential viewpoint.
Do most people on the second floor crane their head up on a 60-degree angle so they're looking at Alpha Centauri?
This is a diagram.
This is the diagram. So what's the point of that second sight line from like that eave of the house or wherever it's coming into on such a sharp angle upwards into the night sky? Why are you showing us that?
It was to show that an angle of view is not necessarily a straight line, but it's a cone. So that somebody doesn't look in one direction, but there is a upper and lower extremity to that. And it was just to be graphically show a viewpoint. It could have been a single line as well.
You seem to be focusing on the extreme end of the cone where the sight line will be every part away from the building that you're constructing on the top of the ridge, aren't you?
I'm not sure I'm understanding what
Well,
you're
it's a cone. You're saying there's a range of views within an angle, but you're depicting really a viewpoint that's on the extreme end that will have no relationship at all to the structure. Why would you include it that way?
It was just shown to be diagrammatic and something to help somebody looking at this to show that it is a viewpoint. It could have been a single line as well.
Now, the trees you have depicted there are very large round trees, aren't they? They're kind of like park trees that grow full because they're in the sun standing by themselves, right?
We had just shown the trees to be diagrammatic. We had spoken to the team and wanted to show something representative. The trees vary in size.
But there's a woods on the slope, right?
Yes,
Right, and trees in a woods, if you've ever hiked in the woods, everyone would notice, generally grow tall and they're narrow and their canopies are narrow because we're all fighting for sunlight. So the trees you have are park trees where they stand in the middle of a park and they can grow as wide as they want. Your tree, if you move the document to the left, please now. All the way, please. Your trees look about as wide as the building. So this is really vastly out of scale to reality, isn't it?
it was meant to be diagrammatic to show the relative distances and topography for a
Thank you.
viewpoint in. So that really was the intent of here.
Well, if you look right here at the top tree, for example, which is the closest to the structure, it's really just about as big as a 5-story building that you're constructing, isn't it?
Well, what you're looking, so we drew a tree with a 60-foot dimension. Actually, our building is shorter than 60 feet.
Okay, so you're saying that the tree at that point might match the rough height of the building.
That potentially, yes.
Now, these trees you depict are all in leaf, correct?
The ones that we were showing here, we showed some with leaves and then some just ghosted behind.
Now, beginning in the mid-fall through the winter and early spring in a deciduous forest, the trees all drop and the understory drops its leaves. And one can generally see through woods quite a long distance to see buildings on the other end. Isn't that correct?
Potentially, yes. I mean, while the leaves will drop on deciduous trees, the limbs and trunks to the trees
They don't drop.
remain intact.
They remain intact. But generally, if you're driving by on a road and in the middle of the winter, and you drive by a woods that otherwise would be full in the summer, in the winter, you can see straight through to the buildings on the other end of it generally, can't you?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Now, how many lighted windows will face the houses from building D down the slope?
I haven't counted those. I would have to count those. Typically, there are windows in bedrooms, and there's windows in living rooms. So the open areas. So there's typically windows in both of those. I would need to count the number of
That's fair.
windows and the number of,
That's fair. Would we say somewhere between 100 and 150 probably?
couldn't even,
Okay.
if I acknowledge that without counting, I would be not be professional.
That's fine. It's fair to say that most of the building will be lighted windows. It's mostly going to be a glass building, isn't that correct?
Not mostly glass. It's a opaque facade with windows, but they're generous windows.
Okay.
I don't know the exact percentage.
Fair enough. Now, during the winter, those lighted windows will likely be visible to the houses on the base of the slope. Isn't that fair to say?
Could not say with certainty whether it's visible or not.
Okay, so we just don't know at this stage.
I couldn't represent, with certainty.
Okay, so you're not representing one way or the other. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you turn to 4.4B? I just need a point of reference, please. You don't have a sight line, I notice, of a person standing on the ground in front of the house, do you?
No, it was just one from reference point for a vehicle and one for a reference point from the interior to the dwelling.
Thank you. Is there any viewpoint you've constructed or rendered from Howell Avenue?
You said from Howell Avenue?
Yeah, do we have any depiction of the viewpoint? That's Howell Drive, my apologies.
I believe this house is on Howell Drive.
You said Rosemont Terrace, actually. Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry.
Howell
I'm
Drive.
sorry.
Okay, so that's the car on Howell Drive, is that correct? Yeah, I have to apologize. I can't read those words from where I'm standing, so I didn't see Howell's.
It says Howell
Yeah,
Drive.
to me, it's invisible. It's not the drawing's fault, it's my fault. There is a very faint square-like image to my eyes under Howell Drive. Is that the vehicle? The model vehicle? Okay.
Yes.
I honestly can't see it. So at this point, you have sight lines. What is the, I don't know the road specifically myself, so I'm gonna ask you this if you know it. To the left of the car, there appears to be a sort of embankment, an angular part of the hill. Then there's a flat area, then another type of embankment, and then we go to the house. What is that first embankment-like structure?
My recollection is that there was a retaining wall in the front of that home, and we were showing that diagrammatically.
So this is, well, what number on Howell is that, please?
I'm not sure which number it is.
Have you looked at the viewpoint from other houses on the road except this one? Other than this one?
This exhibit was done just at this one point.
Now, 4.4C, was that done at a singular point as well?
Yes.
Okay. So this doesn't represent the viewpoint from other houses on the street other than the one you chose?
Correct.
Is the slope on 4.4 B, and C intended to be reflecting actual conditions?
We took those lines from topography from the survey and site drawings.
Okay, so you're saying that the slope on both renderings reflects the typography as you understand it.
Yes,
It's not idealized in that sense.
when you say
I'll
idealized,
rephrase, that's my word. It's not merely diagrammatic. Are you saying the slope reflects the existing conditions?
it is diagrammatic, but we took took these numbers not arbitrarily, but from the site drawings.
From the site drawings? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm asking, so those drawings reflect the actual topography in
To
your
the
understanding?
best of my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like you to turn, if you can, to the renderings that depict the allocation of the affordable housing units in each building. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
So I think what you're asking me is to show any floor plan because they would be shown on almost every floor plan.
Well, you had pointed to some of the affordable housing units in your testimony earlier and in response to some questions from the public. So whatever document, whichever renderings you feel comfortable with that illustrate the allocation.
So if I recall, I believe we were potentially looking at building D, I believe.
Well, let's look at D then.
So PB 4.2.
Now, I can't really see any distinction between color and understanding. Can you identify, that's a little better, the lighter color, I think of the affordable housing units, is that correct?
It's like an orangey color. We did them in a different color so that it would pop out.
Okay, so the affordable housing units on the view we're seeing now on the building that's depicted in the lower part of the document show 7 affordable housing units on the lower side of the building. Is that correct?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 there and additional ones on the other side. So there's the buildings broken up into D1, D2. So
I see three on the others.
1, 2.
Oh, I see, that's yes. If you go back, if you can enlarge.
Depends on which floor it depends on which floor you're looking at.
So if you can go to if you can go to the bottom part, the left side of the lower building. Just move it over. Yeah, I see, at
Yeah.
that point, I see 4.
Yes, that's what I was referencing.
Right, they're on the lower side of the hallway as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now could we move the image up? Well, let's start with the far left one. The top building, that's the other floor. I see, to my view, 3 affordable housing units on the lower side of the hallway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we could just move to the other end of the upper building, at that point, I see 6 on the lower side of the hall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Councilman Rutherford, in his questions, goes back, I think, 3 meetings ago, Council President Rutherford said he was concerned that there would be no exterior distinction, doorways, moldings between the affordable units and the market rate units, because he didn't want anyone stigmatized. If you recall, he asked those questions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, why though, and you indicated, I think, that the exteriors will look the same, if I'm correct.
Yes.
The doorways will all look the same as the market rate units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why though are the affordable units all bunched together in corners for the most part? And on one side, won't that create a sort of stigmatization that this is the affordable housing corner of each floor?
Not in my opinion.
Is there any reason in particular why they're bunched up this way?
a lot of times when we're planning these and moving units around, basically to stack them, they sometimes are clustered, but it is not necessary that they, they're to some degree, as long as the stacking works, to some degree, they can be interchanged location-wise.
Okay, but a decision was made to put them as we see here. Who made that decision? Was that your decision? Was that the owner's decision?
It probably likely was more our decision than ownership.
Why are they all on one side of the hallway and not the other?
I had given testimony on that, is that there's a shorter side and a longer side. The deeper side of the building permits dens, and we did not have dens located in the affordable units.
Okay, so that was the next question, actually. Are there dens in any of the affordable units? Not just
Currently,
in this building, I mean. in the project.
currently none are proposed.
Okay, in any of the 4 buildings.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. There's nothing architecturally or structurally preventing you from designing this with the affordable units scattered in a general way throughout, rather than having them bunched together, is there?
That's incorrect. It's important on wood frame buildings that things stack, that structure stacks. So it's important to look at how these are stacked, both for structural and mechanical purposes. So other than that stacking, there would be no reason location.
But you could stack, for example, you could take 2 of the affordable units, 1 on each side of the hall, stack them that way, 5 units down, put 2 more that way, 5 units down, put 2 more that way. You could stack that way, couldn't you?
So on opposite sides of the hall.
Yeah, you could stack with 2 units designed with the same dimensions and opposite sides of the wall and have 2 more on top of them just like that. And you could design it that way, couldn't you?
It would hypothetically, yes.
Thank you. Have we resolved, I mean, there was some discussion last week, not last week, at one of the earlier meetings about the nature of appliances between the market rate and the affordable units. Will there be a distinction in appliances between the 2 units? I'd like to clarify this because I don't think the answer was clear. Not blaming you. I don't think
No,
it
you're
clearly came out.
No, you're correct. This was something that was reviewed with ownership, and ownership did agree that the affordable units and the market units would have similar finishes and similar appliances.
When we say similar, will they be the same appliances or, in other words, similar could mean a lot. What do we mean by that?
Intending to be the same, however, sometimes during projects is that purchasing can sometimes change because certain things are available, certain things are not. So, but the intent is that they would be the same to the extent that it's supply chain and availability.
Well, the supply chain should affect the market rate and the affordables equally, right?
100%, you're
Okay.
correct.
So basically, are you representing that regardless of the source of supply and any supply chain issues, that the affordable and market will have identical appliances?
Either identical or equivalent. As I said, there's sometimes changes made, either a manufacturer. So I didn't want to pigeonhole that answer, but
Well,
but they're not intended to be one is an expensive and one is less expensive.
I'm trying to nail down a very specific point.
I'm gonna interrupt for a minute. The planning board has in previous applications used the term materially similar for this type of project based on the ability to deliver appliances based on the ability to deliver those appliances. So if affordable and co-units, co and market rate units all are on a floor that needs 12 washer dryers, and they're not the same washer dryers as the previous 12, they have to be materially similar for all those 12 units. So, and that's what the planning board has previously conditioned. It's worked out really well, and we're gonna use the same condition here. So I hope that helps you move on.
Well, it does, but I would like to just nail it down a little bit. Basically, what I can't understand why you would have a supply chain problem in getting a stove for the affordable unit, but not for the unit across the hall that's market rate.
They would be,
Seems to me
they would,
they
if
should all
they,
be coming in.
if they're all
together.
coming at
So
if
that's
they're
what
all
I'm
coming
trying
at the
to nail
same
down.
time, if they're all coming at the same time, the planning board does condition that they all be used in both units at the same time. It would not be that one gets, all market rate get this and affordable done. If you're finishing a quadrant, that quadrant will get those units all at the same time.
I appreciate that. I'm not criticizing Mr. Pell, but I don't think his answer was quite so specific. So is that your understanding that the market rate and the affordable will get the same appliances when they're ordered from the manufacturer?
I'm gonna answer. The way Chairman Bagel phrased it, that condition of approval would be acceptable to the applicant.
Is that okay, Mr. Efron?
That's fine. Thank you.
Rock and roll.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Clark.
you.
Is there a view from building D from the top of the ridge that's something you've taken into consideration in siting units?
Can you repeat that? Just, I can
Yeah.
clarify that?
Is there a view to the human eye from the apartments from the top of the ridge in building D that you've taken into account in situating the affordable units versus the market rate units?
So what you're saying is that there was not a specific reason why affordable units were located, let's say, close to the right side of the building or the left side of the building for purposes of view that were done more for staff.
Well, no, but what I'm asking is on the opposite side of the hall, that will be the side that looks out from the top of the ridge. Is that correct? Strike that. I'll
That's-
rephrase that.
That's,
The side of the hall opposite the affordable units will that be the side that looks out over the ridge and gets the view?
the side that looks out toward the east is the deeper side of the hallway. And there's no affordable units located there.
Is that the side that gets the view from the top of the ridge?
I mean, all of the, there's views in all directions from the buildings.
I said from the top of the, all right, I'll rephrase my question and let's get it specific.
So in the eastern direction, there are no affordable units looking easterly from building D.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you. I do have questions about Howell Road and Kuzik, but I don't know if that's something Mr. Appel is whether it's within the scope of his work on this case. Are you conversant with the placement of the entry and exit points and the road structure, or is that something for another witness?
It's not part of my responsibility.
Okay. You've gone into this and I apologize. I don't think I have a specific note on it. I may not have heard you clearly when you were going into it. Could you explain again, what is the variance that is being sought here?
So inside the ordinance, there's a provision which is shown. Let me pull up
Oh, I'm sorry. You're referring to the exterior wall that's going to be exposed above the grade. Is that correct?
correct.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. I reminded myself as you were looking.
Yeah, that was the only thing I gave testimony on for variance.
That's great. I want to clarify one bit of nomenclature. The term ridge line and the term pinch line have been used. Could you explain whether there's a distinction between the high point of the ridge and the pinch line? Or are they the same?
I'm not familiar with what you call pinch line, because I don't know that I use that terminology. But the ridge line is something that was drawn on the map. It is not necessarily a ridge, but it is a reference line that was established for purposes of the ordinance and settlement agreement.
I think Mr. Anderson was referring to the pinch line reference. The word pinch line has been used in this record.
I believe people have, excuse me, Mr. Appleton, for interrupting. I believe people have used the word pinch point. I
Pinch
don't
point, I'm
recall
sorry.
pinch line. And I believe, and unless anyone wants to correct me, I believe
No,
that people
point.
were referring to the pinch point
It's
as
point.
the closest point of building
This was
B
my,
to the dotted line.
I appreciate that correction. My point was pinch point, not pinch line. Is there a distinction in your understanding between the high point of what we call the ridge and the pinch point, or are they the same?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking because there was reference made to the closest point that the building is to the ridge line as a pinch point because it's only a close point, but being that the building has jukes and jogs and in and out and has geometry and the ridge line is not a straight line, different parts of the building have different dimensions to
I'm
them.
only asking because I want to be clear in the record because I didn't understand it myself. So you're saying there's a pinch point means the closest point of the structure to the high point of what we call the ridge. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that the high
high
point
point.
is that's what's confusing.
Okay.
That's because you're putting a bunch of,
Let me rephrase.
I can't answer
Mr.
that.
Appleton, if I may, and I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
I think when the ridge line term is a bit of a misnomer. Everybody is referred to the ridge line, including the ordinance and in the settlement agreement. That is a dotted line on a map. It doesn't
course.
necessarily mean it's the highest point or a steep point, as Mr. Anderson and Mr. Appel testified to. The land in that area remains flat for a certain point east of the ridge line or the dotted line. See, I did it. The point of the ordinance, the point of the settlement agreement is that's not the cliff. It's just a point that any portion of the building, as long as it remains west of the line, complies with the ordinance. So to say that that is a pinch point or that is the height of the ridge line, I don't think anyone here has testified to that. It's just a dotted line on a map. And I think that is an important distinction.
I
during these proceedings.
appreciate that. I'm just trying to understand what pinch point means in relation to the dotted lines. That's my question.
Did this witness ever use pinch point?
No, I don't believe he did. I believe it came up.
Thought he
quite-
did. That's why I was asking it.
He did.
Mr. Pell, is that a term you've used?
I may have in my testimony referred to that when asked questions, what the closest point was to the building.
So that's why I'm asking you, because I recall you did use the phrase, and it's not clear in the record what that really refers to. So I just want to have an understanding. The pinch point, is that the part of the building that comes closest to what Mr. Plucker just called the dotted line?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there only one pinch point or will the pinch point at different parts of building D?
I only made reference to one pinch point.
Okay, is that the point where building D comes closest to the dotted line?
That's correct.
I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, there you go. He's got it right there.
Mr. Bagoff, I'll just be a moment. I'm just checking my notes.
Yeah, it's all there.
I don't either. That's why I wanted to. We have testimony already, because 17. It's not 100.
Someplace with 30, yeah.
Mr. Plucker, you're up.
Well, if he's still.
I'm sorry.
He's deciding.
Mr. Efron, were you finished? I'm sorry.
No, I have one. I have
I'm
one
sorry.
additional
Go right ahead.
Looking at, if we go back to 4.4 B or C, it doesn't really matter.
In the other package.
Oh, okay. If you could go to that.
That, yeah. It's the other, Um. 4.4 B or C. So that's the section. So those are, that was the second exhibit.
I'm really looking for the depiction of the slope versus building D. So I believe that was 4.4 B or C.
It's either 4.4
It's both, I
or
think.
4.4 B or 4.4.
I don't think it matters which one actually.
Excuse me?
Well, you can change.
This is the other, the other power. You're in the right one now. The one on this,
6, 5, 6, 6.
bingo. Next one, next one.
So you could, said you can go there. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry.
Or this one, or,
The next.
that's 4.4 C.
Let's see. Yeah.
Let the record show Council President Rutherford join the board.
Mr. Chairman, I just need a moment to speak with my client. I'm sorry. I apologize for the delay.
Yeah, I'm doing that because of the right thing. We like the politics and everything playing.
I thank you. We have 4.4 C on the screen. This is not directly what I'm asking you to comment on, but it gives us the diagrammatic image. Now, building D is pictured to the left and the slope is pictured to the right, and then there's a kind of representative house at the very bottom, as you spoke earlier. Now, if you could move back towards the left side again and just show the building D, that's perfect. Now, the top of the building, have you determined by any measurements whether it exceeds the height of the tree line that is in existence on the slope at any point surrounding the building today?
So the building, you're asking that is the height of the roof above the existing tree line at any location?
I'm just at the top of the building was my layman's reference, yeah.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, and I refer to the slope in my question, but obviously there are several neighborhoods surrounding all of this. They're not all on a slope. Has any measure been taken as to whether, it's the same question. Has any measure been taken whether the top of the building, the height of the building exceeds the tree line as seen from these other neighborhoods?
Have not.
Okay. One final question that I don't think was fully addressed, not that it's your fault, but it was a question from the public, and I don't think we got to a full answer on the point. In case of emergency in each of the buildings, where is there built-in an assembly point? I know there's some places of refuge you referred to, but is there a general assembly point that will be structurally available and easily used for assembly in case of an emergency?
So I did give this testimony that there would be an area of refuge provided on the building at each floor.
Right, on each floor. So those will be, how, in general, how large are they? Are they uniform throughout the project in size?
It usually would be a small area because these are typically used by somebody who would be mobility impaired. So not for the general public who would go down the stairways and go to a public way, which would typically be the front parking areas of the building.
Okay, so generally the emergency stairways will lead to the front of the building.
It's just an additional protective safety element.
The
that was
refuge.
added. The area of refuge, correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my cross. I know a member of the public sitting next to me said he had a question. I don't know whether that's appropriate at this time or not.
Well, we had questions from the members of the public already prior to your questioning.
I'm sorry?
We did have questions from the members of the public prior to
I'm
your
not
question.
endorsing or
I
not
appre-
endorsing. I'm just
I
pointing it out.
appreciate. We'll allow another 20 minutes for questions from members of the public.
Seth, S-E-T-H, Weissleder, W-E-I-S-L-E-D-E-R, from West Orange. My question is on building D. And as the architect, the only, building D is the only building with a, access to the rooftop to be used?
Only building with a habitable roof area.
Okay, is there any reason why the other buildings don't have habitable roof areas? If they're all similar?
It was determined to put them all in one building as part of the design.
Okay. Any particular reason why building D and not building C or B?
Not in particular.
Okay, so if we can bring up that slide, I guess, with that slope line, because there is a little image there that I wanted to look at on building D. I noticed that building D has some structures on it. Is that correct? On the top? For the rooftop access. Yeah, so if you can zoom in on the left-hand side there, showing the rooftop there. So I'm guessing this diagram shows cars underneath of the first floor. And then there's 4 stories above that, correct?
That's correct.
With a rooftop access showing about 6 people on top there and then some structures.
Correct.
So my question is, are those structures permanent structures on the building?
If you look at the architectural elevations, these are clearly denoted. Some are the bulkheads for access to the roof, and others are going to be open air pergolas.
So those pergolas will be permanent structures. And how high will they be? 'Cause I don't believe I saw any measurements for the height of that, and I was wondering if that exceeds the building height that is allowed as part of the settlement agreement.
We're not even close.
Close to what?
The permitted is 75 feet, and I believe we were 47'6". So
47'6" to the floor number 4, but not including the permanent structures that I'm asking about, correct?
Correct, but these are typically around 10 feet in height. And even if these were counted, which typically they're not, they would still be within the buildable and permitted height for these structures.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victor Misardi, Misarti. I live on Mayfair Drive. So I have a question. Can we put those, Joe, can we put those up again, that site sections? So my question also is about the site sections. I went to look for those. Are those available? I mean, on, in between these, since this meeting and the last meeting, that on the agenda, the board agenda, they have like an engineering set, a architectural set, but I didn't see these. You mentioned before these were part of a PowerPoint, different PowerPoint presentations. Like, are these available for the public to see the site sections?
I can't say with certainty because I haven't looked on the website, but they were submitted, so I assume that they are.
Yeah. Okay.
They're on the list.
I mean, they may be, I just don't know where to find them. Okay, and I just had another comment about these, that people ask what specific house that is on Rosemont and on the other section, which specific house it is on Howell Drive. And if we could just see, Joe, the whole picture again. Okay. Okay, so there's a red line. And that red line is showing where this section is, and then there's another red line that goes up on the other 4.4B. And that goes right through the house. So I think it would be easy enough to find what exact house that's going through.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Debbie Butensky, Butensky, West Orange. So I have a question regarding the picture. If you can enlarge that one, the pinch point diagrammatically, 7 feet from the dotted line.
We get a reading on the number of the chart, please. Part of 4.4 CDL.
So where I'm showing the pointer at that point over here, that's your closest point. That's the farthest easterly point, and this is closest to the, and that is what Mr. Anderson was referencing in his testimony as well.
And should there be a fire on that roof, people smoking, how do we expect to get a fire truck in that pinch point area?
The fire would be fought from the front of the building, not from the back of the building.
And let's say we need multiple fire trucks, like on my block, which was Kinzel Corner Rapley. There was a major fire December 15th, where 4 fire companies were called in addition to maxed out of every single fire truck from the West Orange Fire Department. And then you had first responders, you had police, you had EMS. How is your vision? How's that going to go?
I believe that we have this is addressing code requirements, ordinance requirements, and the local fire official also reviewed this without additional comment on this.
I'm just asking, you're the architect. How do you envision that that's going to go?
I'm sorry, the fire official envisions this, not the architect. That's a question for the fire official. And he builds the building and the fire official decides, and the buildings, as we've said by code, are sprinklered.
Okay, so you've got a roof access, you've got people can smoke up there. What type of materials are you using to prevent fires up on the roof?
I would expect that smoking would not be permitted in structures like this.
It's
But I don't-
outdoors.
but that's an operational.
Smoking.
Well, you said there are barbecues up there. You said barbecues were gonna be permitted up there.
Yes.
Well, so you've got fire.
So the grills that are used in these type of operations are special grills that are non-flaring grills.
Right, but there's open fire up there, correct?
Open, the whole idea is the grills would not have open fire.
And what materials do you use on a rooftop should a fire occur?
The exterior siding is fiber cement, which is essentially fire resistant. And most of the pedestal pavers, which are the flooring surface, typically are either tile or cementitious, which are also fire resistant as well.
So help me, what is the actual material of the roof? People are walking on cement is what you're saying?
People are walking on pavers that are installed above a flat membrane roof. So you're not walking on the actual roof, you're walking on an elevated paver that is sitting above the roof line. That is what is proposed.
So, but my concern is you've got 7 feet from the roof at one point. If somebody does elect to smoke, you're gonna have a whole gamut of population living there. You might have teenagers, you might have people smoking up there, even if it's not permitted officially. What type of fire mitigation do you have in your architectural plans?
The building is built to meet or exceed all of the code requirements. So the building's fully sprinklered. And
But that's the interior of the building.
that is correct.
But I'm talking about the roof. You've got teenagers potentially smoking on the roof.
Ma'am, the management company will take care of this. By the.
But he's the architect.
Ma'am,
I really just
ma'am,
want to understand.
Ma'am, the architect builds it. He doesn't stand there and prosecute.
But I
The-
didn't
the
hear the
goal,
materials that are being used.
Ma'am, the goal of the meeting is that the planning board hear how the building is going to be built and the structure. The management company will be code enforcement in the building.
I'm just trying to make the planning board aware
We
that
got-
there is a fire hazard unless the architect, Mr. Appel, defines.
The
what
building is up
is-
to, the
what is
building,
standard of fire mitigation? That's the question.
the building meets or exceeds the New Jersey State Fire
You
Code.
said internally.
The building, I want to be very clear, the building is going to be evaluated by the building department of the Township of West Orange, stem to stern. The building and the materials will meet or exceed the fire code in the state of New Jersey.
And one more question. Can you go back to the building that has the 12-foot exposure of the foundation? Just so we can see that again.
Let's see. I think it's in this first package. So let me
I know, it's right there.
It's right here.
It's on your computer.
what do you use it?
I believe it's the second one, but it's less slides now.
Yes.
And it includes all of these. Go to that, check.
So let me make sure that there's one that just shows elevation views. And they are with a blue reference line. Yeah, I believe it was, I can tell you what the exhibit was called. It was called, A3. Dated 8/14/24. Yes, there it is. Bingo. You got it. So there's the reference line.
Which building? Can you please identify?
That's
which
building D.
This is building D.
That's building D.
And where is it 12 feet that the exposure of the foundation is going to be visible? And what
So-
elevation?
So this blue line in here that we've drawn is what the line would need to be to make this conform.
And that's the western elevation.
That is the western elevation.
So the part of the building facing the west has a 12-foot foundation exposure is what you're telling us.
No, what I'm mentioning in here is that this line, the ordinance measures building height from this first floor line. So we have, an exposed foundation over here. And that when you balance off and do all the calculations for the ordinance, is that this is the conforming line. So we had a little bit that's left on the base of the building to make this conforming for the ordinance.
Right, but you said that little bit is 12 feet.
No, the entire height of that floor, if you go to the left. So if we can zoom in over here, the entire height of this floor is 12 feet. That, as you can see, this is a fractional piece of that 12 feet.
So I'm trying to understand.
It's very misleading, and I understand the confusion, but this was the cleanest way I could represent to you the difference between conforming and what we're proposing in here.
So under the first floor is 12 feet of foundation?
Typically, however, that as I gave testimony, some of the buildings, I apologize.
But the one with the most exposed foundation, that's what I'm trying to visualize. Does that have 12 feet of exposed foundation?
Every building's different.
The one with the maximum exposure of foundation is the question here.
So, that's a good. I'm going to say probably the building either C or D probably at some point has more exposure than D does. So over here. So based on where grade is falling off, this is building A that we're looking over here that there's from below this portion of the building, this would probably be one of your worst case scenarios.
And that's facing south.
This is building
You just
A, I
told me it was
believe.
A facing south was what
A
you think?
facing south.
So I live south, so if I'm looking at the building. If I'm looking at this building coming in from Warner Road,
I'm not sure.
I'm seeing 12 feet of foundation is what you're saying?
Can we find out?
Sorry, Mr. Plum.
Warner Road,
Sorry, can we find out where she lives so we have a point of reference?
Ma'am, can you tell us where you live so we have an idea in relation to?
I live in the Grand. But I'm saying, look, which is south of the forest of block 179. But I'm saying, even if we're coming in through Warner Road. I'm looking at it from the south. I'm coming in from the south. This is what I'm gonna see is 12 feet of foundation.
You're talking, I'm not sure that you're going to see any of this because there's so much other stuff that is going to be between your view and
No, I
and
don't,
this
I don't
area.
think this is from my house. I mean, I'm driving up to this development. This building is gonna have 12 feet of foundation that I'm looking at, right?
Larry, how far is building A from any point of the grant? Do we know that? If you know that. you
I'm
know-
just saying, going into this development. This development has been built. You're going in through Warner Road. Forget where I live. It's a southern exposure. Is what you're
Wasn't
telling
the
me.
I'm sorry, wasn't the testimony that this area of the building will be screened?
This area of the building below here, we have handled this both with architectural screening and landscaping as well. What is interesting, even from the lowest point in here, so forget about what is exposed, and the foundation is actually part of the building. It's not part of, it's not just a foundation, but it's part of the building where the parking is. If you measure the building height from the lowest point of exposure, we're still conforming.
I'm not talking about, I didn't read the ordinance. I just want to visualize how high is the building, how much is gonna be foundation? And it's an exposed foundation. Are you gonna have stones? Is it gonna be structurally, cosmetically appealing, or am I gonna be looking at 12 feet of concrete and then 5 feet of apartment buildings on top of it?
Didn't you have a pictograph of the building with screening you could show her so you can see where the garage is, the vents?
So
That's the one.
So this portion of the building in here, this is building C facing the clubhouse. It's an internal view. But as you can see, it's not exposed foundation. It's all part of the building. It's been designed. We designed not one side to the building, but all four sides. And we did this in concert to make the grading, to work with the existing grading and layered landscaping and other architectural. So I'm not sure, looking at this,
So what you're saying is it's not just exposed foundation of concrete?
that's correct.
And the part that is, are you gonna have any kind of cosmetic
Ma'am,
structural?
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
There are other people, but thank you very much. Mr. Klein.
So, Mr. Appel, so what's the height from the bottom of the vehicle to the top of the, whatever you measure, the top of the roof surface? Give me a ballpark. It's 1, 2, it's 6 stories high. 6 times 12, 70? Not even. 6 times-
I think it'd be under 70.
Under 70, and you're allowed to be 75?
75 actually measured from this point.
Okay, all right.
So we're way, way, way under.
When, in our ordinance, it says the word exposed foundation. Is there a foundation? I know there's a foundation to a building, but is it like a walkout basement on a house? Or is it,
It's very similar to a walkout basement of a house.
but it's going to be
That's a good
finished?
analogy.
It's not going to look like the basement
But
and then there's
no
clapboard
exposed-
siding
there's
above.
No exposed masonry
Okay.
and no exposed concrete. It's all finished just like it was facade,
Okay, thank you.
regardless of what's behind, whether it's a unit behind there or parking.
Or parking, right, correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're up,
Yes.
sir.
Uh,
And sir, all the way in the back, you're the last person. You're the last person to speak. Go right ahead, sir.
My name is Howard. My name is Howard. Druce,
Ma'am, I'm sorry,
DR.
ma'am.
Rookie question.
No, ma'am, sorry. Thank you very much, though.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be very quick. My name is Howard Druce, DRUCE from West Orange. Mr. Appel, you didn't cite any specific reason why the rooftop amenity, as you call it, was selected to be on building D. Is that correct?
Not specifically correct, not.
Right. So if you were asked to redesign this building or to redesign any of these buildings to put that rooftop amenity on one of the other buildings, would that be possible?
Possible, but not what we're proposing.
Okay, can you then tell me why you're proposing that then on building D?
It was decided that this building was going to have the rooftop amenities, and it also has the only building has internal amenities, and we felt that that was the combination, the correct combination. So this building has more internal amenities and has the roof amenities as well.
But the other amenities like your dog spa or dog park and some of the other things are in the other buildings, correct? Or closer to the other buildings?
Correct.
Right, but theoretically, it could be redesigned to have the roof garden away from Howell and away from Building D. Is that correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Thank you.
Rachel Klein at KLEIN, Howell Drive. I think we could just all say that Building D, probably the goal is to try to get city views, and that's probably why that no one wants to change anything about Building D, so we could stop asking about Building D. Building D is obviously the grand building that you're aiming for. That's why that side of the building doesn't have any of the fair share housing units as well. But I just wanted to just talk about the ridge line.
Be respectful.
I think it was Mr. Plucker who talked about a dotted line versus the ridge line. There's an easement very clearly marked on the map. And you can very easily see from the easement where Building D is and how close Building D gets to what we like to call the ridge line, which is really a drop-off point and cliff at some of these points where the ridge line is actually exposed. I am-
Ma'am, you're testifying.
Sorry.
I need you to ask a question, please.
Okay, I just wanted to clear it up because it was said. It's
And
my,
the applicant
I can
takes
even,
issue
I
with
can
the
even give you.
characterization of the
Okay,
ridge line
ma'am,
as a cliff.
ma'am,
Well, I
the
can also give
applicant
you the
does that.
addresses, like
Ma'am?
the two houses.
Ma'am, please ask a question. No more characterization. Please ask a question.
I don't have a question.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Hey,
Eric Sampson, Backley Terrace. On the first night you testified, you had mentioned about the parking lot, that there were things that architects repeat, builders repeat when they work out well. So typically they keep doing them over and over. Do you remember?
With regard to maybe tandem parking, is that?
I think so. You basically said this concept that people are repeating things over and over.
Yes.
Can you give me 3 examples in this project that aren't from repeated projects that are relatively new ideas?
I mean, this project was designed specifically for this, for this project was designed specifically for, this location. It was not, it doesn't exist anywhere else.
Well, my understanding of the point is a best practice gets repeated. So there are probably some things that aren't best practices here that haven't been repeated that are relatively new. So there's a good chance that there's some things that are going to go wrong that builders don't repeat, right?
I couldn't.
I'm sorry.
I'm not-
I don't understand the question. I mean, the goal of this repartee is that the planning board understand the question. So
Sure.
please, I'm trying to understand it so he can answer, so we can use the information.
Sure, understand. So when he was talking about the parking lot, he had mentioned that when something works out well, they use it over and over again. So many times things probably don't work out well. So I'm asking for examples of situations where in this project specifically, there are things that they haven't done in other projects that they're repeating, but rather they're relatively new concepts that are being tested out. There are many situations that people have testified already about or asked questions about that things have gone wrong in projects where they broke bedrock and it cracked and they thought it would work out and it didn't. So what I'm trying to understand is how many experiments are happening in this project?
Everything has to go to the building department. The building department has to look at each project. The fire department has to look at for code. Everything will be up to code. So till they build something, the answer is nobody knows. And if there's an issue, they will come back to the township. And that's the way every project goes. So
So even code has its flaws, right?
everything has its
Well,
flaws,
I guess.
but but our professionals, things will stop, they'll be reevaluated. And then the township will, through its engineers, architects, and other professionals, decide how it should proceed. And if needed, they will come back to the planning board if things change that drastically.
Got it. Well,
So-
so I guess that leads to my next question, which is, can you give 3 examples of past projects that were similar size and scope?
Sorry, he didn't testify to that, and that is not the planning board's purview. We hear about this application and this project. So I want to focus on what we need to hear in order to make a rational decision
So-
based on the facts.
My concern is, since he mentioned the parking lot scenario where things are repeated when they work out well, I want to hear of situations that haven't been repeated because they didn't work out well on similar sized projects. So we could go in eyes open, knowing that some things can go wrong, even with the code being followed, even with the plans being followed, there's a lot of experiments and newness coming in here, which may end up.
I understand your question. I'm going to defer to the attorney because I don't think this has anything to do with our application as we have it now. There's an application before us that has a size and a structure and dimensions that is proposed. And either it is or it isn't within the guidelines, and then the building department will evaluate it. The fire department will evaluate, our engineers will evaluate it. So all of our professionals will look at it. Does it meet the requirements of the zone plan? So to your question,
I think I understand the question. Sounds to me like you're asking, are you experimenting with anything in this project that you think
No.
might go awry?
No,
Okay.
Well, then what's the distinction between the parking lot being repeated and all the other things that you testified to that you didn't mention an example?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow that. We're done with that question. There's a parking lot that's proposed. Either it fits the building department's requirements or it doesn't. And that's pretty much it. Everything has possibilities. And at this moment, there's something on the drawing board. And we have to go with that.
Cool. My last question is, we talked a lot about the sightlines from Howell, but not from Backley Terrace. And Backley Terrace is higher than the rest topographically. Have we ever looked at the sightlines from there to see what they'll look like?
I did not do a sightline exhibit for in that direction.
Doesn't it make sense to do all the way around the building for all the houses affected, not just some?
We have met or exceeded every metric in the ordinance, building codes alike. So the height is significantly below the maximum height as well. So there was no reason to do it. The reason we did that section was so that people understood the relative scale of the site and the topography.
Well, also to understand the view and how the view will change, right?
Potentially it does show views as well.
So our view will change and we don't have a good sense of how much and how impacted it will be.
I don't believe he testified that his view would change.
Well, I'm asking specifically if you even considered our view. It sounds like no.
Just to confirm, Backley is part of the grant. I
Yes.
just wanted that for the record.
Yes. So our view wasn't considered or looked through.
I did not do a separate exhibit for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Plucker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Appel. I have nothing further to report.
Okay,
The applicant would like to call our traffic engineer, Carl Penke.
absolutely.
Mr. Chairman? May I ask
One sec,
a
okay.
question?
Hang in there 1 second, sir. 1 second. Okay. Mr. Plucker, hang on a sec. And you are, sir?
I'm actually here representing the town of Verona. My name is Jack McAvoy, former mayor and current deputy mayor.
Hang on 1 second, sir.
EVOY.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we have some quiet, please? Mr. Plucker, the board is going, sir, are you representing the town council of Verona?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Plucker, the planning board is going to give Mr. McAvoy the floor for a couple of minutes officially representing the town council of Verona. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
Excuse me.
Go right ahead.
Full name, Jack McAvoy, MC, capital EVOY.
I think yes.
Yeah, that's right.
You're gonna be providing a little bit of testimony, right? So I'm gonna swear you in.
Maybe testimony. What I have is
I
a
understand. I'm gonna-
resolution.
Yeah.
I
you're
just
gonna-
want to read it into the
Well,
record.
that's what you're
Swear
gonna,
me.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You should mic.
1 second. Okay.
Oh.
Sure.
Do you swear, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Jack McAvoy,
last name Mcevoy.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
So what I want to do is just read the resolution into the record. That was passed this past Monday.
Are you participant in this resolution? You were there, you discussed it? Yes, okay, good.
Yes,
So you're part of the maker of this, you're part of the makers of this resolution.
correct.
Great. Okay, go right ahead,
That's
sir.
The Township of Verona, County of Essex, State of New Jersey, Resolution Number 2024-150. Requesting that the Township of West Orange Planning Board deny the application of West Essex Highlands LLC. Whereas the Township Council of the Township of Verona has reviewed preliminary and final site plan application of West Essex Highlands LLC for block 179, lot 32, Warner Road, West Orange. And whereas the application process proposes the construction of 496 residential units on a parcel, which is comprised of approximately 120 acres of undeveloped woodlands. And whereas the proposal will impact the Township of Verona based on the changes in land cover and runoff that will discharge towards Verona and the Peckman River, and will have a significant environmental impact based upon the removal of trees. And whereas some of the townships concerned are outlined in the attached, which I have here, July 26, 2024 correspondence of Paul Ferriero of Boswell Engineering. Whereas in order to mitigate against the high probability of increased flooding caused by a development if approved, the township requests that the application be reviewed and revised as necessary to ensure the latest and most up-to-date New Jersey stormwater management rules and regulations are implemented and applied to the project. The township also requests that the applicant is required to address the concerns raised in Mr. Ferriero's July 26, 2024 correspondence. Therefore, be resolved, the Township of Council of the Township of Verona, that the township clerk is hereby directed to serve a copy of this resolution, which I am doing tonight.
You could give it to our board secretary, Jamilette. Would you take this? Thank you.
Do you have anything to add, sir?
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So before you leave, sir,
Yes.
as a matter of law, you're asking, or the official representation of the Council of of Verona is asking the Planning Board of the Township of West Orange to deviate from the ordinance and law of the state of New Jersey to give the applicant the full hearing to decide based on the facts, is this application good or bad? That's what this says. Is that the intent of what you're doing today?
We are asking you to have the applicant work under the current New Jersey stormwater management rules and regulations. The counsel for the applicant himself at prior meetings referred to the stormwater management rules and regulations that they're using as, I quote, the old regulations. So if they're using the old regulations, what good are they? If there's a new set of regulations that should be enforced, we should be using those regulations.
There's two things you're asking here. One is the stormwater management, and one is you're asking the Township of West Orange Planning Board to deny the application. That's what this says. That deviates from the land use law of the state of New Jersey. We cannot do that. It deviates from the law. This is a matter of law.
Deny based on our letter that our engineering.
It's not what this says. This is a legal document.
Yes.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just
Written
stating
by
a fact.
our
The
town
planning board has this and asked you to deny it, asked you to do two things and then deny it. We will hear the application in deference, and we appreciate
Of
the Council of Verona providing that to us. And it will be in relation to the stormwater management rules that apply by the state of New Jersey. Absolutely. Our engineer and our expert engineering firm has reviewed and will review, but we can't deny it based on not hearing the application. That can't
I
happen.
didn't ask for the application to stop and deny it tonight. Based on future
Okay,
testimony and.
okay. As a
updated-
matter of reading this, it does. I'm going to leave it on the table. We can't do anything with this because we must hear the application. The application is in progress. You can take that back to the council. We will hear the application. We understand what you've said. And the board will take that information and weigh it. And the applicant has the option or opportunity to refute it or add to it. But thank you very much. We appreciate the concern of the town council of
Thank you,
Verona.
Mr. Chair.
And Chairman Megloff, if I may for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Plucker.
And just for the record, it would not be within this board's jurisdiction to determine which set of stormwater management regulations apply to the application. I know it was discussed, and perhaps this is a good time. I had talked to Ms. McGovern about it. I know there was some concern or just the board asking for backup. I would like to mark as an exhibit, what are we up to? A4?
Before,
Yeah. I did provide this to Ms. McGovern. There is an email that was written from Danielle Jones. She's an environmental engineer at the Division of Land Resource Protection at the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. It was written in response to a query by Jennifer Sharrett, who I know has appeared here during these proceedings, inquiring about the stormwater rules and which ones apply. And I'm just going to read the Danielle Jones's very brief email to Ms. Sharrett. It's dated July 31st, 2024. It was sent to her at 7:46 a.m. It says the FHA application is being reviewed under the current FHA rule, and I believe that stands for flood hazard area. However, the stormwater portion of the application is being reviewed under the previous version of the stormwater rule, as it was never withdrawn and is still pending under the FWW application. The FWW stormwater review is being conducted under the version of the rule which was current at the time that the application was submitted. And I would like to have that marked as A4, and I'll.
Great. And you give Yamalin a copy of that, please. And Mr. Efron has a question in a moment.
Did you mark Verona's thing as V something?
The what?
Make
well,
that
it won't be marked A because
B.
it's not an applicant, so we are going to mark the Verona resolution as, do we have an opposition? Did you submit, Mr. Efron, any opposition documents yet?
In which form? I'm sorry.
Did you submit anything that we've marked already? I don't remember
No,
having
I
marked anything.
Don't believe we submitted
No,
anything.
yes.
No, I don't
That'd
think
be
so.
01.
Yamalin wants to say.
No, wait. Wait.
Okay,
What are you saying? With respect? Oh,
opposition.
Opposition.
oh, that would be opposition, not me. I didn't submit it. Yes, okay.
all right, so what was 01?
It was over.
Boswell, okay.
Right.
So that is actually attached, so the cover letter, the resolution, I should say, is now 02.
With the,
And Boswell, which is marked 01, is the report of July 26, 2024. Okay.
okay, you're up, Mr. Efron.
Just a reservation of right. I understand the email that Mr. Plucker read into the record. I am familiar with it. We do not, as the objectors, we do not necessarily accept that the engineer from DEP's conclusion is correct. As a matter of law, she is not necessarily a decider of the legal question in terms of what regulations are applicable. So the objectors are reserving their position on this issue. We do not necessarily accept the reference that the engineer made that Mr. Plucker recited. It may well be our position in the appropriate forum, whether it's in a court or a DEP, that the new regulations must be deemed to apply. So I just want to note that I don't want by silence to have it suggested that we necessarily agree with the position Mr. Plucker took. We are reserving our rights to suggest and argue appropriately that the new regulations may be appropriate.
Okay, we take note.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr.
All
Plucker,
right, the applicant would like to call our traffic engineer, Carl Penke.
thank you.
You spelled the name, so I have that right. Carl.
Certainly, for the record, it's Carl with a K, Penke, P as in Peter, EHNKE.
Okay, Mr. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Could you briefly give the board the benefit of your qualifications?
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Carl Penke. I'm Vice President with Langen Engineering and Environmental Services. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is in good standing. I've been practicing for over 38 years.
Do any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Penke? Seeing none, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, Mr. Penke, just before you get going, I just would like to state for the record, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Penke is testifying here as a traffic engineer. And I just want to make clear for the record that legally that the planning board, because we are zoned, because the density is permitted, the planning board is without authority to deny the application because of off-site traffic concerns. And I will, and Ms. McGovern can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll cite to the Dunkin' Donuts of New Jersey versus Township of North Brunswick case, which is 193 NJ Super 513, 1984. That being said, as an accommodation and a courtesy to the board and everybody here, Mr. Penke did prepare a traffic impact study, which he will reference and testify to here tonight.
Thank you. One moment, Mr. Penke. Mr. Efron.
On this issue, we do not necessarily, sorry, hang on. I'll start over. The microphone was now turned on. I am reserving the objector's position on this issue. We do not agree that off-site impacts necessarily are barred to the board's consideration. In fact, there are times when safety issues concerning the ingress and egress may well be based on the road construction outside of the project site. So we do not agree that, in fact, all of that evidence is not within the jurisdiction of the board. We believe it is, and I just want to reserve our position on that issue.
So noted, Mr. Efron.
Thank you.
Mr. Penke, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. So with regard to this application, as just stated, I was retained by the applicant really to provide services associated with a couple of aspects. One of the aspects is the design of a traffic signal located at Oval Road and Eagle Rock Avenue. The requirement to work with the township and design and construct that traffic signal is a stipulation in the settlement agreement, and the applicant is proceeding forward with that. Associated with that effort, I did prepare a traffic impact study for use in the design of the traffic signal, and also has been submitted with this application and is in the record with the board and has been reviewed by your board professionals. In preparation for this hearing, I did have an opportunity to review the settlement agreement, the site plan. I've been here for the prior testimony of Mr. Anderson and Mr. Appel. I did have an opportunity to review the board's traffic engineer's professional review letter and take that into account in preparation for this evening. The traffic impact study that was prepared is dated June of 2024. The traffic study is prepared basically following standard traffic engineering industry standards. The traffic study, for those that have reviewed it, basically incorporates and summarizes the results of several aspects that we look at as traffic engineers. It incorporates an inventory of the roadway system, lane arrangement, traffic control devices that are within the project area and an access area to the project. It incorporates a sampling of traffic volume data on the adjacent roadway system. It then uses a methodology established by the state of New Jersey to project that traffic forward to represent growth that may occur in an area absent or separate from the project. And then with regard to the project itself, it incorporates traffic projections, estimates of the amount of traffic that may be generated by the introduction of this residential community on the adjacent, on the roadway system and at the axis. And we do that by referencing a document that's known as Trip Generation that's published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's now in its 11th edition. That is a document that is used by all transportation professionals, all transportation review agencies, and engineers to prepare estimates of the level of traffic that may be generated by a project and is accepted as such. We then utilize that data and assign those traffic projections to the road system on top of the existing traffic volumes. and use a series of modeling analysis also established and accepted by the transportation industry to evaluate and model the operation of the road system and the roads. And from that, we were able to evaluate and determine the needs for traffic control, lane arrangements, and so forth. And all of that is documented in the traffic impact study. As you are aware, access to this property is basically from Eagle Rock Avenue, utilizing Oval Road and Warner Road, extending up into the project site. Warner Road and Oval Road are both existing established roadways. They have a cartway width of approximately 40 feet and basically provide one wide lane of travel in each direction. Oval Road and Warner Road serve as access to the adjacent developments, the Grand, the Chateau, and also our neighbors in the Highlands that Warner Road travels through. Eagle Rock Avenue is a county road under the jurisdiction of Essex County. It's a 4-lane roadway providing two lanes in each direction. There is traffic signalization located at Laurel Avenue, just to the west of Oval Road, and further to the east at Pleasant Valley Way. Oval Road itself, as everybody's aware, is a T intersection. It has a 1-lane approach, wide approach, and operates under stop sign control today. As I indicated, one of the tasks that I am involved with is as a result of the stipulation agreement, the design of and installation of a traffic signal at Oval Road and Eagle Rock Avenue. That signal falls under the jurisdiction of Essex County, will be designed and is being designed to the standards of Essex County as well as the state of New Jersey. And quite frankly, the installation of the traffic signal will provide a substantial safety and operational improvement at that intersection, accommodating both existing traffic, alleviating existing concerns and constraints at that intersection, and certainly accommodating the additional traffic that will utilize that intersection to access this new community. The intersection itself, when completed, based upon our analysis, is anticipated to operate what's known at an overall A level of service. For the purposes of the public, I know this board has certainly heard traffic engineers in the past. At the end of the day, traffic engineers try to boil down the results of our modeling analysis into a simplified system of ratings. It's basically a rating of A through F, not unlike a grade school report card. A being fairly free flow conditions, good levels of service, good operations, and F obviously being failing conditions at a traffic signal. What that means, since we all experience F levels of service every day in our travels, is that you might arrive at the traffic signal at the end of a queue and not get through the green light and have to wait until it turns green again. It doesn't mean gridlock. It doesn't mean breakdown conditions. It just means longer travel times through an intersection. So that's basically the differentiations in the ratings. In terms of Oval Road and Warner Road, as I indicated, they are wide roads. They're actually excessively wide and built beyond standards that we would build today. They have the capacity to accommodate the additional traffic generated by this project at good levels of service. And in fact, no widening, no additional lanes are required on those roads to provide any additional capacity for this project. I will note, separate from this project, in the settlement agreement, anyone that's reviewed the settlement agreement, the applicant has agreed to work with the Highlands Association as they go through construction to actually implement some what I would call traffic calming features on those cartways to tighten them up a little bit. Those features, from my understanding, include an entry treatment, gatehouse, for want of a better word, and potentially tightening up the cartways by introducing a boulevard type design, all of which I believe are good elements that would be beneficial both to the existing residents as well as the future residents of this community. And again, as I said, that's a separate process that the applicant has agreed to work through during construction with the homeowners association. We have a process to go through outside of this board with Essex County in terms of the design of the intersection of Eagle Rock and Oval Road as a traffic signal. It will include some widening of Eagle Rock Avenue to provide a separate left turn lane into Oval Road. Again, a safety improvement along Eagle Rock Avenue, benefiting the existing residents as well as the future residents of this community. And as I said, will result in a safe and efficient operation of that intersection. It'll overcome the delays and difficulties making a left turn out, and it'll overcome some of the sight distance issues that exist there today from the overgrown growth that exists, I guess, in the northwest section of the intersection, which sort of blocks vision. If you look to the right, the traffic signal will overcome those issues also. So it will be a fairly substantial safety improvement at that location. With regard to the site plan, you have heard extensive testimony from Mr. Anderson and Mr. Appel. From my standpoint, this evening, what I just wanted to touch on with the site plan is, as testified to by Mr. Anderson, the site is designed with 3 points of access. Those access include Warner Road, the primary point of access extending into the new community. It includes Kuzik Drive extending into the new community, and it includes a emergency access drive that connects down to Howell Road from the area of Building D. The internal drive aisles are designed in accordance with RSIS requirements. The roadways internal to this site are basically classified under the residential site improvement standards. And just to back up for the benefit of the public, the state of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs back in the 90s adopted a statewide ordinance governing residential development. And that ordinance basically sets classifications of various roadways, residential design elements, parking standards, and so forth, that govern the design of a residential project. So in this situation, under the residential site improvement standards, the internal roadway system would basically be classified as minor collector roads. Warner Road from where it extends into the site, Kuzik Drive from where it extends into the site, and then extending back Road D to Building D. Those road systems then provide access to various parking lots serving each of the various buildings. The residential site improvement standards for a minor collector road is a 20-foot wide roadway, basically with parking with sidewalks on both sides, and are designed to accommodate the types of traffic, pedestrians, bicycles that are common to a residential development of this site. Under the definitions of RSIS, they represent both the minimum and the maximum that can be required in the design of a residential development in the state of New Jersey. With regard to this particular application, the settlement agreement does speak to a request by the homeowners association to have some controls put in place on the access, particularly Kuzik Drive. There is a concern that the opening of Kuzik Drive to daily traffic flow would result in a hardship or imposition on some of the residents on that section of Kuzik Drive as it extends into the site. The settlement agreement specifically requests that we file what's known as a de minimis exception with the board, to have the board consider having that road link controlled and gated and operate as an emergency access similar to Howell Drive. It would be an improved road as opposed to the stabilized emergency drive that connects out to Howell. But nevertheless, it's requested that it be gated and not open to the daily flow of traffic to and from the site. We have filed that application. We support that application and look to the guidance of the board as to an approval of that. I would note that with regard to the board's jurisdiction, while RSIS does set the standards for the roadways and access, it does not specifically define the control of access. That does fall within the purview. We actually don't really need the de minimis exception. The board does have the purview under RSIS to control the type of access. And I'll give you for instance, if you had a development that was proposed to be gated with a gate control with a guardhouse, the board could approve that. That doesn't require a de minimis exception. The board can approve emergency access controls. So it falls within the purview. But in this case, because it wasn't the settlement agreement, we did formally file that request. With regard to that request, from a traffic engineering standpoint, we don't need that roadway to Kuzik Drive to be open to traffic on a daily basis. Warner Drive extending into the site provides sufficient cartway width and capacity to accommodate the types of traffic, pedestrian and bicyclists that would flow into and out of the site on a daily basis, typical to a community of the site. That includes delivery vehicles, emergency vehicles, and so forth. So we are supportive of the request of the association. And in my opinion, if the board does agree with that request, the site will still be provided safe and efficient access, and the community will function appropriately. I would add to the testimony based upon some of the conversation we heard in the prior hearings. There was a discussion with regard to the resolution that was adopted by the township with regard to complete streets. That is a design guide that we look to statewide in designing projects such as this. I would note that this project does embrace the components of complete street design. It is pedestrian friendly. It is designed with a system of sidewalks throughout, with crosswalks, with highlighted crosswalk areas, paved crosswalk areas, handicap accessible accommodation, street trees, all established to make the pedestrian environment in this site accommodating for the residents that will live here. It's all ADA design. The site is bicycle friendly. As you've heard in prior testimony, there will be bicycle storage in the buildings. There was an agreement to work with your consultant to add additional bike racks in certain locations throughout the site, particularly at the clubhouse. The storm system is designed with bicycle safe grates to accommodate the safe transit of bikes across any grates, drainage grates on the site. And all of that embraces those complete streets ideals within this community. So we believe that while the resolution is representative of the intents of the township with regard to its public streets, we've embraced it and pulled it into the site. The cartway widths all discourage high rates of speed and also enhance that pedestrian environment. I do note that during discussion and review of the plan, we do have another de minimis exception that Mr. Plucker identified, and that's with regard to sidewalks on both sides of the street. The extension of Warner Drive between where the property line is to the roundabout is proposed with sidewalk on one side only. That is appropriate for that section of roadway. There is no residential homes. There are no points of stoppage or walking or orientation along the road. And the sidewalk on one side of the road provides the connectivity to the property line. I do note there is no sidewalks in the adjoining commercial of the adjoining Highlands residential community to connect to. So it will begin at our property line and travel into the site. Also on Road D, we are proposing a sidewalk on, I guess, what would be the north side only. With regard to that deviation, I do note that the applicant has opted to provide the second sidewalk, so to speak, as a direct link. That's ADA. It's an ADA link, a full path link directly between Building D to the clubhouse area. So the sidewalk's really there. It's just been put in a more appropriate location rather than on the side of the road. So we're building the infrastructure. And again, that enhances that link, that direct link between Building D and the clubhouse area, just enhances the overall pedestrian environment through the site. And quite frankly, I think that summarizes the traffic testimony on this project and the request that we have for the board to consider the de minimis exception for the site.
I have nothing further for Mr. Pelkey at this time.
Just for the record, the board does have the authority in the settlement agreement over the de minimis exception on Cusick Drive. Second, there is a memorandum from CME Associates based on your evaluation. Have you seen this? Dated July 26, 2020. I'm sorry. I'll speak louder. Sorry.
You just gotta eat it.
The green light's on. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Sorry about that. I was lecturing all day. I'm losing my voice, which some of you may like. Did you see the memorandum from Kevin E. Chen, PE, PTOE of CME Associates on your report? This report is dated July 26, 2024.
Yes, I have, and I've reviewed it, and we can be fully responsive to the request for additional information and clarifications that they raise in the report. There is nothing in that report that changes any of the testimony I provided tonight, but we will provide a full response and any supplemental information they see fit. There are a few recommendations for additions, not only in that memorandum, but in the engineer's report for additional crosswalks, additional striping and so forth to enhance crosswalk in the pedestrian environment, enhance the layout of the roundabout at the end of Warner Road, and all of that we will address to CME's satisfaction.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. We'll start with Mr. Klein. Do you have any questions, sir?
Sure, just a couple. Good evening, Mr. Penke. You went over it quickly, but you said the intersection of Oval Road and Oval Road and Eagle Rock Avenue will operate at what level of service?
Overall level of service A.
A, with the signal.
With the signal.
And the exclusive left turn lane on Eagle.
Correct.
Eagle Rock, great, okay. The gate at Cusick, that'll stop vehicles. Will it allow pedestrians and bicycles to get past?
There would be nothing that prohibits pedestrians and bicycles. There are two sidewalks on, one on each side on Cusick. So in effect, you will have a fairly long stretch of pedestrian and bicycle play area.
Okay. And then the signal at Oval and Eagle Rock, is that tied into a CO or any sort of by a certain number of units being occupied? It must be operational. Is there anything with the phasing scheduling of it?
I don't know that the stipulation actually specified any phasing. My task has been to move forward and get it approved and constructed as soon as practical. So I would assume it's going to be linked to the approval of the project itself. But I don't know that we've tied it to any specific CO level.
Did you analyze the intersection without the signal just to see if it could operate without a traffic signal, but with this 496 units operational and occupied?
No, it did not.
So, okay.
Certainly with 496 units, the signal should be there.
Okay, yes. Okay. All right. Can you be a little more specific with some of the traffic calming that you're going to propose, or you're still working through that?
I think that's a coordination effort. I haven't been intimately involved with that. That is arose during the settlement talks. But my general understanding is there is a desire to create a gatehouse, preferably someplace along Oval Road before the entry to the Essex, the Highlands Homeowners Association. And my understanding is there's a general intent or desire to introduce a median along Warner Road to create a boulevard, which would be good traffic calming features.
Warren Road as it comes off of Oval Road?
As it comes off of Oval
Before-
Road.
Before Davy Drive in
My
that area?
understanding.
Okay, because there is one now, but that's where the gatehouse would be?
Someplace along Oval
Along-
Road, correct.
along
I think
Oval,
that's
along
on
Oval.
Oval.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to correct Mr.
Okay.
Pankey. Obviously,
Blocker.
the settlement agreement speaks to the improvements for the association. Obviously, those improvements would be made after construction of the project, after all the vehicles are going up and down Warner Road. And the discussions with the association are that their gatehouse would be located on Warner.
Oh, okay. That's
So now Oval Road is the only way in and out for, I don't know, 496 plus whatever is existing. That's going to be a boulevard from Eagle Rock in.
No, Oval Road would remain its current cartway of 40 feet.
So now in RSIS, is there anything about the limitations of the number of trips or number of parking spaces or whatever it is that governs whether Oval Road needs to be boulevarded from Eagle Rock to the first intersection for safety issues and things like that?
No, so under RSIS, off-site improvements, off-site roadways are not governed by RSIS. The RSIS standards explicitly start at the property line and carry into the site. Any development, any roadways that exist prior to the RSIS extending up to the site are not part of and or addressed by RSIS.
So in your opinion, if there was some kind of a crash at the intersection anywhere along Oval before you get to Rapley Court, if there was some kind of a crash that blocked Oval Road, how would the people of this development and the new phase, how would they get out?
Well, you actually, that type of an event, obviously that can happen. It's more, can emergency vehicles get in? And in this particular case, this development actually offers a solution by creating the connection to Howell. Certainly emergency vehicles would now have another way into both the new community as well as our adjacent neighbors in the Highlands.
So do we know if the Howell access would be opened to the residents of this phase as well as the existing residents if there was a blockage of Oval?
It would be for emergency vehicles. It is not an improved connection. It is a stabilized emergency gate.
So how would the residents get out if there was a longer emergency?
They would be impeded until it was
Cleared up. Okay.
Correct.
What stage of the signal design are you at right now?
So we have prepared we've completed surveys. We have done a preliminary layout of widening. We've done a preliminary signal layout. The signal will have full pedestrian accommodation, of course, on the current standards. So we've got basically a footprint laid out and preliminary grading thought through.
And all the widening along Eagle Rock is done within the right of way of Essex County?
There will be some cooperation required from Crestmont Country Club to the south side.
Okay. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Council President Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you, sir, considered the specific type of emergency equipment that would have to access this project when it comes to their ability to navigate from Eagle Rock all the way into the buildings?
Mr. Anderson did cover that in testimony. The RSIS standards also do consider that. The RSIS standards are established to accommodate the types of vehicles that need to access a residential community of this type. So, and I believe Mr. Anderson actually showed some turning templates on the site in his testimony.
He did. I was more interested in the route from Eagle Rock, which is a main roadway, all the way into the site.
Well,
Is that considered?
It's an existing condition. As I said, the roads are overly wide. They're 40 feet wide cartways, so they certainly have no impediment to accommodating the types of equipment that are currently serving our neighbors in the Highlands.
Got it. Mr. Chair, I will reserve. I'd like to consider some of my other questions before I ask them at the end.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Thank
Mayor
you.
McCartney.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Pinky. So first I wanted to say thank you for agreeing to comply with our streets design, as a complete streets design policy. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask about the level of service or the trip generations within the complex. Mr. Klein asked about Overroad, but what about within the complex? What is the level of service within?
Right, so I did incorporate in an appendix in our traffic study, a prior traffic study that was done in 2018. We actually used that also to reference and validate our traffic samplings that we did. That was a rather extensive study done as this property was being considered with actually higher levels of development. And it incorporated traffic counts all along Oval Road, quite frankly, and Warner Drive at the various intersections, including Barngart, Kuzik, I think it's Rapelier, excuse me if I don't get the names exactly right, and an analysis. And that analysis that was done back in 2018 with higher levels of traffic than we are projecting now all showed all those internal intersections will operate under their current configurations, under the current controls at good levels of service, even with the completion of development of this project.
Okay, thank you. You did not testify to this, but I did read in the agreement where there was talk of a bus shelter on the east side of Eagle Rock. Are you
Yes,
familiar with that?
I am aware of that. We are incorporating that into the design. Probably the most important aspect of that is the pedestrian crossing ability at the traffic signal that I just spoke to that's being accommodated. That will include handicap ramps, sidewalk connection, and we'll figure out where to put a pad. With regard to actually a shelter, usually that's provided by New Jersey Transit under an agreement with a sponsor, which in this case would have to be the township. The only caveat I have is by examination, I do not believe that New Jersey Transit has a route that runs this section of Eagle Rock. My understanding is their route is actually a loop that basically turns at Eagle Rock and Pleasant Valley Way. So they would have to, that would be a whole different aspect as to whether they change their service locations.
Yeah, we do have a shuttle service in town too.
So that
might-
would be available for that. So,
Right.
but yes, it will be incorporated into that design.
Great. Thank you very much.
Vice Chairman Garino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, thank you very much for incorporating complete streets. We appreciate and respect the part that you took the time and effort to do your analysis based upon our complete streets program. So thank you. My one question is, have you gone to the County Department of Engineering and Roadways with your results and findings to discuss it with them for their feedback and input?
We have not done formal submissions to them. They are aware of the project. They have met with us with regard to the concept of the signalization and what it means along Eagle Rock Avenue. To date, they are receptive and they will provide guidance as to us meeting their standards as we move forward. I expect that they will be fully receptive of this design, which will improve the safety of this section of Eagle Rock
So-
Avenue.
Okay, and you said you did a traffic study in 2018 and what you did currently. Have you seen any significant changes?
No, actually, and it's not inconsistent with what we're seeing throughout the state. Current volumes are actually either similar to or lower than the pre-COVID data. And the data that was previously done was taken throughout 2018. What was pretty amazing to me is the traffic patterns and level of traffic, quite frankly, were almost the same. It was actually slightly lower overall at Oval and Eagle Rock, but for all intents and purposes, I would call it flat through the years at this point in time. And that's not inconsistent with what we've been seeing as we are now really coming out of COVID and resettling in.
Okay, did you get a chance to walk through the development, the current, resident areas and everything? Did you take a walk around to see and get an impression of what additional traffic from your just observation? What it will do?
Along Oval Road or Warner Road. I've driven the community several times. Certainly, the development's going to add traffic. I can't make the cars go away. I wish I could. But both Oval Road and Warner Drive are designed basically as roads. They actually exceed collector road standards. If you were to build them today, they would be built probably at 2/3 the width that they are today. So there is no limitations in terms of capacity and the ability to handle the traffic. That's not to say that I'm suggesting that there won't be additional traffic. Certainly adding 496 units on top of the existing 370 that are there today are going to raise the traffic level.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So you had testified that Howell Road, the access to it will be a stabilized roadway. So so that is compaction of the ground with no asphalt on it?
Yeah, I'd have to defer to Mr. Anderson. It's on his plans, the design parameters and details for that. I didn't specifically review the details, but it's not a paved road section. It's a stabilized. I don't know whether we're using grit. We are asphalt pavement? I apologize. Mr. Anderson has corrected me. We are asphalt paving it.
Okay, so it will be stabilized enough to have, so what, if it's going to have asphalt, what's the difference between that and a conventional roadway?
Just the width in this case. So to go back to Mr. Klein's question, theoretically, if you had to, you could open it to traffic.
Okay, but it's accessible to emergency vehicles.
Its design and intent is
In
emergency
emergency.
vehicles.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Wilks,
Yes. Did you consult the police department? Who else was consulted to put this traffic study together? Who else was consulted as far as locally, any kind of police or anybody else?
No,
Do
we don't.
study By you guys?
Yeah, the traffic studies are basically following typical industry standards. We haven't consulted the police. In this case, we haven't looked at accident data because we're going to change the intersection. It's no longer going to be an unsignalized intersection. So any prior accident history there really doesn't matter because the intersection now will be safer and the types of accidents that you would see at an unsignalized intersection won't occur anymore.
Will they be brought into any kind of future recommendations, anything like that?
Certainly the design plans, the obligation is to coordinate with the township and the county. So the plans will be made available to your professional staff for input. But primarily the jurisdiction will follow the county standards.
What, this is for you, President. Would this be something that we have as a condition? So will we rate this as a condition to make sure that the police or fire department okay it before we vote on it or before we okay it ourselves? Like, how is it done? I'm just asking a question. I'm asking a question of protocol. The county, it will be to the county?
if
Okay.
it goes to the county has to approve it. Okay, Mr. Wilks, would you talk into the microphone? Ask it again.
My question was, as far as protocol, will our police department and fire department be involved in the final plans to make recommendations? But I am told that it's a county road, so.
On Eagle Rock Avenue.
Right. The signal,
To signalize, the county has to approve that.
the county got to approve. Okay. All right, no questions of this.
Okay.
No more questions.
Chairman, I can say,
Mayor McCartney.
I do want to let you know. Oh, I'm sorry. That the county and the township engineer and professionals have been out there already to review that.
Okay,
So
okay,
prior to any of this.
got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Cardoza.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Penke, for your testimony. Joe, can we pull up the engineering plans? Yeah, engineering plans, I believe they were first introduced by Mr. Anderson. Engineering plans 2, they have the SP designations. I want to look at SP4. And Mr. Plucker, I'll apologize ahead of time and you can let me know if anything I say should have been addressed to Mr. Anderson. I held some of these questions. I believe Mr. Pankey would have consulted on certain matters, I'm sorry. I apologize. Certain matters pertaining to the roadways, right?
Yeah,
On-
that's all right. And if something is within Mr. Anderson's purview, he will address it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
This one.
SP4?
Yeah, the overall site, yeah, it's in the, I believe it's it's marked engineering plans too on the meeting,
Says SP4.
Yeah.
There's there's 99 pages, so it's page 4.
sorry to throw a wrench in that.
After we. Well, this is the chaser. Forget this. Everybody okay? Okay. Yeah, Bridgewater is rough.
Because there's 99 pages. Right. It takes a long time. That's another thing.
How come when he's here, it comes right up? Yeah.
But he has to always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Page 4.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Oh, please.
All right,
Mr.
perfect.
Cardoza, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I don't know if Mr. Pankey maybe should have the clicker. Understood. I don't know if Mr. Pankey should have the clicker.
Oh. Clicker?
Yeah. Thank you. Can we zoom in at the bottom of building D?
Yeah.
Building D?
Yes.
I'm not doing it.
Then go up a little bit. Okay, perfect. So building D at the bottom, we've got one of the entrances and exits for the parking garage. There are, what is that, 6 parking, why can't I think tonight?
Yeah. On the curb?
Yeah,
On the
6
curb.
parking spaces on that curb.
Sure.
And you can zoom in further if you like. Yeah, right there. Okay. So 6 parking spaces at the bottom entrance and exit to the parking garage in building D. Those spaces, has there been any consideration to, I don't know, are those meant solely for maintenance for the facilities themselves? I just imagine that being an accident waiting to happen where they are in the curvature of the drive path, the speed that people might be exiting by the time they leave the building.
Well, I mean, the continuation into the building is a very low speed situation. You are going through a garage door into the interior. So I don't think this is a high speed area. In terms of the functioning of those, they are part of the overall parking supply supporting the residents. In terms of their utilization, I suspect they will probably be the least utilized spaces through the facility as people are going to tend to look for their cover under the buildings and weather and visitors will more than likely go directly to the parking lot up top. And keep in mind that when we design parking, we do not design for every parking space to be filled. As Mr. Anderson indicated, there are over 1,070 parking spaces, not including some additional 102 spaces scattered at the clubhouse and so forth. So we have an abundance of parking that meets and exceeds the RSIS. Actual parking demands, just to give you a sense, based upon published data by the same publication done by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, indicates that we would expect on average that you might actually see maybe about 630, 640 parked vehicles on this total site. So, and that's intentional. You don't want to be looking for the last parking space. You want to make sure that we have more than adequate parking. So those spaces are there. They're functional. I don't know that I share the concern that you have. I think they have good sight lines from my looking at the grading. It's in a low speed area. It's not a straightaway. So
Since you're referring to it as a low speed area, can you remind me, is there signage at the exit of the garage telling motorists to slow down and before they exit the garage?
I'm not familiar with any of the particular signage. There's not likely any signage. We certainly could.
Yeah, I
add
would
some
suggest that probably at every
You
exit.
can make that a
something-
condition.
Yeah, something coming and going for motorists.
That would be acceptable to the applicant.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Clark.
Is it
Sure.
a gate? Is there a gate?
That garage, that section of the garage, I believe Mr. Appel testified to is gated. There is a section of that garage that isn't gated, that's open for visitor parking. But yeah, so the people that are going in and out of this section are the people that are doing it every day. So it's not unlike you driving in and out of your driveway every day. You're the only one that's really doing it.
All right.
What warning are we giving? I just want to be careful on just slow, that's it?
Slow.
Okay.
Is that two ways in and out?
That's two ways,
And
yes,
there's a gate or a door there?
on the building face.
On the access, it will open as the car comes up without.
Yeah, management of that gate and how it'll finally function, I don't think has been fully determined yet, but it is set up for that.
Can it have a signal, an audible signal as the door is open?
I don't know that we've gotten to that level of design yet.
Okay, I'm gonna ask that we make a condition that there's an audible signal like we've used previously. When the door opens, people outside, so somebody in this parking spot can hear, or somebody coming up
At
the
each
road with,
garage?
exit the garage.
At each garage. not
At
just
each
the-
garage, an audible signal, and for pedestrians who may be walking up there that left their car.
It's for exiting cars.
Exiting cars, correct.
Just like 410.
Hmm.
Just like 410.
Correct.
Okay, going forward, the sidewalk that connects to those 6 spaces, when we get to the street, what is that, Warner, we see the black mark. Does that designate striping for a crosswalk?
Yeah, so that designates actually at road D, right to
Yeah,
the
right.
bottom of road D.
On road D.
So that would designate on each side a handicap ramp, as I said, handicap accessible ramp, and a pavement treatment other than macadam to designate the crosswalk itself.
Okay, so but it would be a cross.
It's a crosswalk.
Okay, all right. And that's just because I see that, throughout, and I'm going to ask specific questions about entrances and exits on almost every building. As you get to the main entrance in building D, if you go up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, keep going. So yeah, the main pedestrian entrance where we see we have the island and I guess an awning. At the end of that, so drivers pull up under the awning, they can let, passenger go, they proceed, and then perhaps we should have an indication that there's no U-turn at the end of that island. I assume we expect them to go up, make a K-turn somewhere, or even go up further and utilize the turnstile across from the upper parking garage entrance and exit of Building D?
Yeah, so smaller typical vehicles, sedans, small 4Runners, they'll actually be able to make the left. The only vehicle that would really need to go on is like a Sprinter van, a larger van. So I don't know that we need to specify a no U-turn at that location.
Okay, so you do expect U-turns, and that is,
I would expect that somebody's going to make that left, and I'd hate to install signage that's just going to be ignored.
okay,
Because most vehicles can make it,
safely.
a Sprinter van's not going to make it. Somebody driving a Ford F-10 might not make it, but most vehicles can make that turn.
Do you want to go back to the top of that? Because there's a loop at
There is, and for those larger vehicles, there is the loop at the end.
You want to look at the top of that?
Yeah. Oh, and you even have the traffic pattern indicated that they can turn up there at the loop.
Correct.
Okay. Can you go back down just under the main entrance again, Building D? So there are only a few places where I see this, but scroll down a little further. Okay, so the central exit and exit, entrance and exit of the parking garage, sidewalk connects. You intend no striping there for indicating pedestrians. Is that indicating a pedestrian crosswalk from sidewalk to sidewalk?
We can incorporate the same treatment at that location.
Okay. Can we look at the clubhouse, the turnstile at the clubhouse?
With that crosswalk, you should probably put a stop sign too.
That would
Where
make
you're
sense.
coming out.
I agree, yes.
Is there something? we
And
can-
I think one of the comments by CME was to add stop signs and stop bars at locations, which is part of what we would agree to.
That's
Okay.
the upper level exit of Building D. Right? That's the upper level. The lower level's on the curve, right?
Yes.
Well, that's the middle. So there are 3 entrances and exits of Building D.
Two levels apart.
Oh, 2 levels of
Yeah.
parking. My,
And it's just at that exit that. it's-
For now, yeah.
Okay, all right.
looking at the turnstile at the clubhouse, please.
No, all the way down in the middle of the site. To the left. Up.
The roundabout?
And to
Yeah, a little further to the left now, so we can get the full traffic pattern of that lot.
up, north. Up.
Up and to the left a little bit.
So
Okay.
I think I'll preempt your comment here. I do need to work with Mr. Anderson. Both those road links are two-way.
They are.
And he has the arrows backwards in the circulatory area. So that will be corrected, and that was also a CME comment.
Okay, terrific. Looking at Building C, so still in this lot. We were still same lot. Okay, so looking at the bottom, parking garage entrance and exit of Building C, so not that one, that's just an exit further to the right. Yeah, right there. Same as the crosswalk suggestion at Building D. Just want to indicate that there.
And stop sign and stop bar, we
Yeah.
agree.
So all crosswalks.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out the spaces that aren't explicitly marked as crosswalks at this moment on the plans.
So make a condition that all will be marked as crosswalks with stop signs.
Okay.
All garage entrances and exits.
Will that be
All sidewalks.
Yes.
Because that's a,
acceptable?
yeah, all
Yes.
sidewalks.
Okay,
Continue to side.
all right. Going up a little bit, the left side of building C. So this main entrance to the lobby, this also just looks very awkward how you have this, you have the ride up where you can, drop a passenger off at the lobby and then it directly abuts another entrance and exit of probably what's going to be the most utilized entrance and exit of building C, just because that's where the larger parking lot is. How do you envision that? Are people supposed to make a left once they get to that stop sign? And
They would proceed out and then circulate around the parking lot in this area. This really is basically the drop to the lobby, mostly mail and or Uber drop. It's not a very high volume location.
okay, so basically you expect it to be fairly low volume and not the most awkward of a.
Yeah, I
Not
don't,
part
I
of the
don't
problem.
disagree that it looks a little awkward. I've done this in the past, in this situation where we have driveways near the lobbies. It is functional mostly because of the low volume nature of the drop off area itself. And in this case, we did incorporate the stop signs and stop bars to control that traffic.
Okay, thank you. Can we look at?
I'm sorry, real quick before you.
Yes, please.
So maybe in this one, you could move the
Fine.
stop bar back to where the building, the garage door is. That way you could put the crosswalk across to connect the two sidewalks. And then if I come out of the stop area after I drop somebody off, I can either make the right turn in or I can make the U-turn or left turn to get out into the parking lot.
I can see
And
that.
there's somebody stopped and they're underneath the building.
That would make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can look at that with Mr. Anderson and then coordinate that with CME and adjust that appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Can we look at building A? Scroll down a little bit.
It would be down.
Oh, yep, just past.
No, to the left.
Okay, that looks good. Thank you, Joe. Building A2, the turnstile, just to clarify. So you have two parking spaces at the end of the turnstile, and those aren't designated for any specific use. Those are general use.
That's correct.
That's correct. And then is that an entrance onto the green that I see specifically? Is that for maintenance or is
An entrance.
just under yeah, right there, just under the two parking spaces? What is that?
I want to defer that to Mr. Anderson. That is the dumpster area. I believe he testified to that, those locations during his testimony.
Okay, perfect. I just couldn't recall. Thank you. So scrolling over just a little bit to the left, Joe. Thank you. The entrance, the main pedestrian entrance to building A1, right there, that's the only one without an island. And I guess, would an island not fit? Does it just flow better? I'm guessing, I just want an idea why there's maybe not as much of a distinction.
I don't know that there was specific design.
Does it not call for it as
consideration there?
necessary?
Yeah, if there's something you'd like to look at, have us look at
No,
that area with CME.
If it's just a matter of space and smaller space, I would
It's
understand.
it's
but-
really just intended to be a pull off and then continue out area.
Okay. And then looking at the, main edge, we've already conditioned this, but the main entrance, in the center of building A, as far as parking,
Yes, we'll do the same thing.
okay. Can we look at the main turnstile, Joe? So that would be the main turnstile in the center. Yeah, right there. To the left, to the right.
The right.
To the right.
The roundabout,
Roundabout, sorry.
to the right.
To the right.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right there. Right. Okay, perfect. And this is good because we can see the yield signs. So the only thing is that you've testified already to why you have, you looked at complete streets, but you have parts of Warner that have a sidewalk only in, on one side of the street, I do see people potentially wanting to jump if they're walking the entire, length of this site from one side of, let me see, Warner to where Kuzik, so the top of the
top left leg.
yeah, the top left.
So this is the comment that CME probably had the biggest comment on. They wanted us to clean this design up, tighten this design. There's actually too many arrows shown here. This will be a single lane with what is known as a single lane urban roundabout. And there is some specific guidance they're referring to under the Federal Highway Administration, MUTCD, to stripe this area. So we will work and clean that up. Now, in terms of pedestrian crossing, CME also did ask for additional crossings of Kuzik Drive. We believe that we would be placing one to the upper left where the crown of the road is. We can look at this area. I'm just not fully clear on the grading in this area. So I could look at this area with Mr. Anderson as to whether we can get a crosswalk of that leg between the clubhouse and building A2. I don't want to commit to it until I understand the grading specifically in this area.
All right, thank you for that. Then if that's the case, so just to clarify, the roundabout you said is going to be a one-lane roundabout. So as far as what we're seeing, the additional arrows in the center
would go away, and the center is basically a 30-foot median island.
Median island?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've all traveled through roundabouts these days that have been starting to get built to proper standards, and that's what CME is referring to, and that is what we will incorporate on the plan.
Those are all my questions. I appreciate that you mentioned specifically all that you would be doing to make this bicycle friendly. And thank you, Mr. Pankey. I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Cardoza. Ms. Kapfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pankey. I think my first question is about trip generation. Can you talk a bit more, provide some numbers or give us some idea, what the peak hour trips are, or just help us to understand what the changes might be?
Sure. So again, for the benefit of the public that may not know what a traffic engineer and a traffic study looks at, we focus on what's known as the peak hours. In terms of residential development, your peak hours are generally occurring during commuter hours. So morning peak hour during the weekday, evening peak hour during the weekday, basically when people are flowing to work and returning from work. And that's generally when you do a traffic count, you'll find on all roadways a distinct peak. In this case, we're basically seeing a peak out here that's occurring someplace between 8 and 9 in the morning. And then again, I think it occurs between 5 and 6 in the evening. And quite frankly, that can vary any given day, but that's where we're generally seeing the roadway hitting the highest. So when we make traffic projections for new development, we look to see what that development would generate during those peak hours. So and the peak hour is what's used for the analysis to make sure that the roadways can work, the signals can work, stop signs can work. Because if they work for the peak, they obviously work for the other hours of the day. So in terms of trip generation, as I referenced, traffic engineers and transportation planners reference a document known as trip generation. It is basically an accumulation of actual traffic counts that have been done at similar uses, whether it be a shopping center, an office building, or in this case, a multifamily, a multi-story apartment building. And the database has been proven out time and again to be fairly representative. And we're not looking for exact numbers of traffic engineers. We're looking for the general levels of traffic. So at the end of the day, if you go out and count the end, you might see it lower, you might see it a little bit higher, but we basically try to understand the general level. So in terms of trip generation for the 496 units that are proposed, based upon the database, in that morning peak, that 7 to 8 to 9 a.m. period, we would expect to see approximately 48 vehicles enter in from Eagle Rock Avenue and travel up toward the site. More importantly, that's primarily our egress time in the morning, and we would expect to see about 159 vehicles exit this community to travel down to Eagle Rock Avenue. Similarly, in the evening peak hour, we would expect to see about 118 vehicles arriving back during the course of that hour, about 2 per minute. And certainly in the evening, you have another activity, people going out to eat, shop, and so forth, school, after school activities. So we would expect to see about 76 exiting vehicles. Since this is sort of an isolated area, what I did do is a little bit of calculation to give a sense as to how that compares to what's happening, actually happening in this area. So Oval Road currently serves the 300 units or so in the Highlands, the 70 units or so that are part of the Grand, and then actually provides access back to the Chateau, which the Chateau is sort of an anomaly that it does serve here. But those 370 units, excluding the commercial activity associated with the Chateau, generate about 65 entering vehicles in the morning today, and about 112 vehicles heading out. So the collaboration of the Chateau, the Grand, and the Highlands are generating that type of traffic. In the evening, it's about 109 entering and 101 exiting. A little bit more clean based upon the 2018 data, which really is still valid. The 300 units, if you isolate it, coming out in the morning, the 300 units is generating 96 units, 96 vehicles over the course of an hour. Townhouses generally generate higher levels of traffic than multifamily development, but if you actually converted that 96 trips coming out to the ratio of 96 to 300 and put it against the 496, 159 trips would be generated by 496 townhouses on this site. We're projecting 159 trips in our study. So the data just proves itself out. Same thing in the evening. The 300 units is generating about 84 trips coming in the evening, whereas we're projecting about 118, which is a little bit lower on a direct ratio, but it's what I would expect for a multifamily apartment versus a townhouse community. And certainly the townhouse, the volumes I'm seeing being generated by the 300 units is very consistent with the ITE data for townhouses. So I just wanted to, I thought that was interesting because everybody always tells us traffic engineers that our data is garbage and not useful. And quite frankly, we'll take this data and submit it to ITE. That's how the data is developed.
Can you describe how someone who would be, walking or biking to destinations in the area, such as the bus stop that was referenced earlier, or schools, or the other, there are some destinations in Pleasantdale, how they would get there by or not by car, by walking or by bike?
Yeah, so your pedestrian path and bike path on the existing Oval Road and Warner Drive is within the cartway there. As you're aware, that development, if you've driven it through, does not have a sidewalk system, does have a wide cartway. So the cartway being wide is advantageous. Basically, you have a 20-foot wide inbound lane and a 20-foot wide outbound lane. If you take a typical lane of 12 feet, you basically have 8 feet of area for bike pedestrian activity. And that's an existing condition.
So were bike lanes or sidewalks considered for Warner or for Oval?
We have not specifically considered that. As I indicated, the association is looking at some types of changes not directly associated with this application. I don't know if they've considered that in their thinking, but we are prepared to work with them.
Okay. I think someone actually asked this question, so I apologize. Can you describe the traffic calming that you've proposed? I know you've talked about like paint and sidewalks and things like that. Or has there been any other, consideration of like speed tables or anything like that? Or is it mostly controlled through paint?
Along Oval and, Warner
I'm
Drive.
sorry, like within the development.
Oh,
I
within the,
apologize.
within the
Yeah.
development, it's on the plans. The crosswalks are a brick paver, is the crosswalk, and there's a detail on the plans, for that. So it's more than just a crosswalk paint. It's actually a differentiated paver at the crosswalks.
Are they raised at all or are they, 'cause like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
okay,
referring to,
yeah.
Mr.
I-
Anderson. He's saying, no, we're keeping them at level. Generally, we look, because of the way we have the cartway set, the 20-foot cartway, that's a naturally slowing feature. So I don't think we need to have raised crosswalks in this situation. The benefit of raised crosswalks is it can slow traffic. If you have like a 40-foot cartway,
Right.
it is a benefit to it. The downside always is emergency services tend to not like them.
Yeah.
And they get beat to hell by snowplows.
Mhm. I get, yeah, one comment about the crosswalks. I feel like maybe the jury's out a bit about like the red brick paver versus just white paint and what's more visible. I just put it out there for consideration. I mean,
Yeah.
lots of people have their own opinions about that and safety and also like maintenance. Sometimes the brick, it doesn't tend to hold up very well.
It's a challenge for us because every jurisdiction is different.
Yeah.
Some jurisdictions like the heavy light ladder style crosswalk.
Yeah.
Some jurisdictions love the pavers.
Mhm.
And some just want the simple 12-foot, 10-inch crosswalk line. So it's in this case, we're proposing the pavers. We think it works. It'll enhance the community. These are low speed. The roads are discontinuous. You don't have public traffic driving through here. So from that standpoint, and the maintenance is all our clients.
Yeah, yeah. Could you consider putting white stripes on the sides?
On each
Like,
side
on
of the
each side,
pavers?
Yeah.
Sure.
Are you aware that West Orange has a Vision Zero action plan?
I haven't specifically reviewed it, but the Vision Zero action plan is pretty much statewide. Everybody is adopting those
They're-
type
yeah,
of
they're
situations.
starting to become-
Our intent as engineers is to maximize safety, reduce accidents, particularly deaths. Certainly the installation and design of the traffic signal is going to go a long way towards providing that safety. In terms of the site plan, I think it's well designed to provide that environment that's appropriate for pedestrians, bike and vehicular safety.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, one comment about the action plan is that there's a high injury network that's referenced, where the studies were done about where the high injury crashes tend to be in West Orange. And the top of the list was actually Laurel Avenue and Eagle Rock.
And Eagle Rock.
So, yeah, so it might be worth taking a look.
Yeah,
at
so
that.
associated with the design of the signal, and we did study that intersection so that we understood the operation. We will be adjusting the signal operation. We are lengthening the left turn lane to Laurel Avenue. And the county has expressed an interest if there's other updates to the signal. They'll likely be asking us to do that. And the two signals will be coordinated
Okay.
so that they operate in concert.
I believe when we were looking at building D, there were a couple of, sure, yeah, no, it's okay. There were a couple of ADA spaces that were, I think, across from the main entrance. Can you, yeah, you can kind of see it to the top left there. Yeah. Can you describe how, is it marked or anything for the people who might use those couple of spaces, like how they're getting to the end, how they would get to the entrance?
If you look across the way where that little arrow is coming out of the front, right below the two spaces, ADA spaces, that is a depressed handicap ramp at that location. So someone that egresses any of those spaces would use that handicap ramp to enter onto the sidewalk.
Okay, so the closest entrance for them would be just crossing the street there and using the ramp.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One of the things I asked for at the last meeting was, will you put in jitney stops along the way?
I'll defer to the owner on that. It's. Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll work on that, I guess, for the next meeting. Mr. Rizzo, do you have any comments or questions?
Just a few things left, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benke, I just have a few questions regarding Cusick Drive. I have a few questions regarding Cusick Drive at the end. The gate that you're showing on the plan, is that what you're actually proposing? Is that to use that for emergency? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The gate at the end of Cusick Drive, that's for emergency purposes only, and what you're showing on the plan is what you're proposing tonight, correct?
That is what's on the plans tonight, subject to any suggestions otherwise.
Okay, and then will that have a like a Knox box? And then is that the plan that's been submitted to police and fire that they're reviewing as far as emergency access goes?
It would be typical to have Knox box. I haven't been involved with any involved with any direct coordination with police and fire at this point.
Okay, well, I would just make the recommendation that police and fire get the latest plan that shows that, so they're reviewing how they would get in and out of the development.
Fire, police,
And then, you were mentioning the exception from RSIS. Are you formally submitting anything to the DCA, or you're requesting that from the board, the exception?
Well, as I indicated, the board actually has the purview to make that decision absent the formal request. The only reason why we submitted the formal request is because it was in the settlement agreement.
I'm sorry, so when you say submit the formal request, you mean to the board?
To the board.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
the way it works is the board has the power to grant the de minimis exception. It's just a record that's sent to DCA. DCA doesn't either approve it or deny it. It's just they get a record that the board took an action.
Okay, I just want to confirm what file meant. That clears it up. Thank you.
Mr. Hazel, do you have any questions?
No, it's not.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute bio break.
Get out.
Yeah. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Uber Eats and getting it. Thank you. Okay, now, in an orderly fashion,
No, I'm sorry.
you may come up, members of the public, please come up and ask questions. See Mr. Efron. And some members of the public. Please come up, state your name for the record, and you may ask questions based on the testimony. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Keith Lachlan, Loughlin, of the law firm Inglesino Taylor. Here on behalf of my client, Essex Fells Country Club. I just have a few quick questions. Can you confirm whether the applicant has any plans or need to acquire any property of Essex Fells Country Club in connection with any of the proposed off-site street improvements?
Yes, neither plans nor the need to acquire.
Thank you. To the extent that that changes and the need arises, we would object to any work on our property associated with this project in the absence of a negotiated agreement, which has not yet occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do any of the members of the public have questions? Please come up, state your name for the record.
My name is Richard Baum. I'm resident of West Orange, New Jersey, BAUM. Tree. My questions are more on Oval Road. You addressed some of the access issues on Warner, but you really didn't address Oval Road that much. I assume that the need for a transportation shed at the end of Eagle Rock is because you assume that the residents that are going to live in this project are going to need to use public transportation. How are they going to get to public transportation? They're going to walk. They're going to walk down Warner and they're going to walk up Oval. And Oval has no sidewalks. Oval is a dangerous road for people that are using it, has pedestrians. Any of you can go up and see, people do not obey the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. They go much faster than that. And when people are walking on Oval Road, it is a dangerous situation. You need sidewalks on Oval Road. The other problem with Oval Road is the Pleasantdale Chateau consistently and constantly uses it as overflow parking for events. It's crowded and it is even more dangerous. I would request that you enforce no parking on Oval Road for the Pleasantdale Chateau for their events. I know they're a favorite of yours, but really, they're creating a dangerous situation. So is there any plans to add sidewalks on Oval Road?
Not associated with this application.
I think the council should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krakowiak, welcome.
Good evening. Oops. Good evening. Can anybody hear?
Yes, sir.
Joe Krakowiak, Krakoviak. Mr. Penke, thank you very much for your testimony. What is the industry best practice for a traffic study relative to an affordable housing, multifamily housing development similar to the applicants?
There's no differentiation, whether it's affordable or it's multifamily apartment, it's treated the same from a traffic standpoint.
Have you conducted a traffic study related to a multifamily affordable housing development?
Most projects these days for multifamily include affordable elements.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Would you agree that affordable housing developments have higher likelihood and incidence of the use of non-auto alternative transportation such as bus, pedestrian, bike, or scooter than one without affordable housing?
No.
Do you know how many projected affordable housing units are in this development?
I haven't specifically looked at that.
Do you know what the minimum income level is in the Essex County area according to the state for affordable housing?
It's not
The
my
minimum income?
It's not my expertise.
Would you normally take into account tenant use of hired cars such as Uber or a jitney service, as was mentioned earlier in the hearings?
That is typical part of today's traffic flow. It's incorporated in the traffic generation of facilities. It's baked into the numbers.
You say on page 5, item 10, that you reviewed the site plan for parking and on-site circulation. Is that correct?
I indicated that I didn't review the site plan, yes.
I just want to try to clarify, because this has been talked about several times during the application hearing process. Are there any sidewalks or bike lanes planned for the development relative to the planned extension of Warner Road?
From the property line into the site, there is a sidewalk that extends along one side of Warner Road, yes.
Is there a contiguous sidewalk between the extension of Warner Road and Building D?
Yes, there is a sidewalk that extends up to Building D along Road D, yes.
Thank you. What are the pedestrian safety implications of having no sidewalks on Oval Road? Are there potential implications of no posted speed limits, as you pointed out in your report, on Oval Road?
Now, the de facto, quite frankly, the state law in a residential neighborhood is 25 miles per hour. Drivers should know that as part of their licensing. The existing roads don't have sidewalks, and it's not part of our development and application to install sidewalks. Those are existing conditions that exist not only on Oval Road and Warner Road, but throughout the township, quite frankly, and the state.
For Oval Road as well, are there any plans for bike lanes?
Not by this applicant, no.
Would you expect a higher likelihood of pedestrian accidents on a long, relatively straight away road such as Oval Road rather than one with traffic calming aspects or frequent bends?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Okay. Do you have any data as to the speed history on Oval Road?
No.
Did you analyze or estimate or project the impact of more frequent public and commercial passenger bus service or jitney service at Oval and Eagle Rock Avenue?
No.
Appendix B of your report, traffic counts for May 14th, 2024. On page 33, 34, there's a data page of turning movement data for buses that includes Oval Road. What does a turning movement data search measure?
Basically, the turning movement's at an intersection. So you have left turns, through lanes, right turns. So the traffic counts look to quantify the volumes making turns through an intersection.
Okay, this is the one that includes Oval Road. The measurements for the full day show that there are 76 buses turning, making these turnings, turning movements at Oval Road and both directions of Eagle Rock Avenue. Would you expect those numbers to increase over time to serve affordable housing tenants over and above the statistical use of buses as, or the measurement of bus turns that you did in your data page?
Yeah, I'm not absolutely sure that that's a correct interpretation of the data, but the answer is no. This site's not going to change the level of bus activity along Eagle Rock Avenue and or Oval Road.
You mentioned earlier that your knowledge about traffic accident when you change from a unsignaled to a signaled intersection. Have you actually looked at the traffic accident data at Eagle Rock Avenue and the Laurel Avenue intersection, as was mentioned earlier tonight?
No, I have not looked at the accident data at Laurel Avenue.
Regarding your recommended modifications for the Eagle Rock Avenue, Laurel Avenue, Oval Road, Crestmont Club portion of your report, what would be the impact during peak hours if your recommendations for the changes on Laurel and Eagle Rock Avenue and the Crestmont exit are not incorporated?
I'm not following.
You recommended in your report. What happens if the recommendations in your report are not followed through by the county and perhaps by the town?
Well, then we would not be meeting our condition of approval. Those are the improvements that we are designing and pursuing.
Okay. How long would it take, would you estimate, to do all of the improvements that you recommend in your report? And what would be the approximate cost of implementing them?
We haven't done a cost estimate. The project itself probably can be done, depending upon what time of year it starts, within a construction season. So a construction season generally would run March, with project close out toward the end of the year, October, November. October 30th.
And is it industry practice to not update a capacity analysis that is 6 years old?
No. If it's still valid, there's no reason to update it.
And the engineer determines whether it's still valid?
Professionals review the data. If you're referring to the 2018 data that's appended, certainly the traffic counts that are incorporated within that study have not changed. There has been no additional units built within the Highlands. There's been no additional units built within the Grand. So the traffic that was generated 6 years ago is the same traffic that's generated today, and our counts show that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have a request. Could we just turn off the AC by chance?
Can you talk into the microphone?
Sorry, I just have a simple request before Rachel asks questions. It's possible to shut off the AC?
So
Can you what?
Is it possible to shut off
It
the
is off.
AC?
It is off.
It comes on and off.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where we are. Okay, thank you. Come right up, state your name, please, and spell your last name.
Rachel Klein, Rachel Klein, Klein. Everything you've done so far with traffic, that's, even if they find that it's untenable with 1,200 more cars, you don't have any plans to look for any other alternate access points, do you?
No,
Can we assume like everything is going to stay like this?
the application that is proposed before this board has the access by the extension of Warner Road.
Okay. And that's, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Please come up, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Gilda Paul, Paul, West Orange. I have a question about the access road to Howell Drive. How will you keep that closed so it's only for emergency vehicles? And will there be a fence? Will there be a chain?
It'll be gated, and as discussed earlier, fire officials and emergency personnel will have the ability to open it. It's usually done with the provision for a Knox box, which is
Oh, that was
basically,
the knock box that I had no idea
basically
what it was.
it's a key to the
Got
lock.
it. Now I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm back to ask questions. The name is Sejal, Sejal. The last name's Jhaverajawala. 6 Kinzel Lane. Thank you. So it's a leading question, but I needed to ask the second question. But can you tell me how big the actual site is for the applicant?
Mr. Anderson testified to that. I don't have the acreage.
Okay. And it's not about the acreage, it's about the road.
How many miles?
Yeah.
I haven't done that calculation.
Okay, so the leading question leads to, so when we talk about complete streets, it's only viable inside the site. What about the existing environment and the neighborhoods, specifically Oval Road, Werner, Highlands? Are we looking at those as well?
Well,
I
those are
mean, it's a
not.
small space.
Yeah, so those are not within the purview of this application. Certainly, the township has adopted the Complete Streets program for the public street system and is looking to implement them when they come in with projects, and that's the intent of that resolution. Any new development, this board is obviously looking for the applicants to participate as we have. But there is no plan by this applicant to to address that public realm. It's not within our purview.
Understood, but it is a space that is going to be used by all of those living in those apartments at this point, along with the current neighbors as well.
Yes,
And
it's-
so to have a road like Oval Road without having any sidewalks at all is unsafe as it is today. It's just going to become even more unsafe with the additional traffic on it.
yeah, I don't know that I would characterize it as unsafe, but it is an existing condition and is missing some of those elements, yes.
Has Essex County agreed to the traffic light?
We
I
have,
understand it's in a settlement agreement. Sorry, I apologize. I understand it's in the settlement agreement, but have they actually agreed that that traffic light will be going in?
yeah, so they're aware of it. They're receptive to it. There is a process that needs to be pursued with the county on approval of it, based upon, my knowledge, based upon past practice. I do not see any reason why the county won't approve a traffic signal at this location. It's an advancement of safety of their road system.
Understood. We have asked before and it's been denied. So therefore, because there were 2 accidents at that location involving neighbors in the grant.
Right.
And so therefore, I guess the question is for the board, will that become a condition if they don't agree to the light?
Yes, that's a condition
Okay.
of the application.
All right.
Yes, and just to differentiate, while we recognize and understand that this project is increasing traffic, one of the benefits of this project increasing traffic is it results in that signal being warranted and puts the position on the county that they can approve it.
Fair, absolutely fair. I guess the question is going to be between the Laurel Avenue and that signal, there's going to be more impact as well, more different sorts of traffic. I hope that they can figure it out, but right now there's daily issues that come down, and whenever 280 has an accident, that street becomes unbearable. So I understand that this, May 18th or whatever the date was that these traffic, runs were done. Today, if you look at it, there's constantly an accident on 280 around exit 6 or exit 4, and the impact comes down Eagle Rock Avenue.
Thank you.
So, Mike, I just wanted to add, you noted 3 sites on Oval Road. I would also add the 4th. It is the golf course. They do have an entrance in
The
now
paddle.
because of the new tennis courts and such. So I would make sure that that's included as well. So there's cars that come down, up and down because of that.
Mr. Blocker wants to say something.
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify the question that what should be included in what?
Sorry, he had mentioned earlier there were 3 sites that are impacted, which was the Highlands, the Grand, and the Chateau. And the 4th one is the country club.
The
as well.
paddle facility, yeah.
So there are cars that come in constantly for that,
Correct.
especially during the summer months when the tennis courts are open.
Mhm.
I guess the question is, and I don't know if it's a board question or your question, you answered earlier the CME questionnaire that was put out there, the responses to that, will we be able to, once that comes through, do we get a chance to come back and talk through those as well?
It's part of our resolution compliance with the engineers that we meet their requirements. So it's a post-approval process we need to go through with the board professionals.
Okay. So you just talked a little bit, and maybe I caught the wrong end of it, about buses not changing at that Eagle Rock. We have 496 units being built with 2 and 3 bedrooms. I don't know what the number of children that are going to be involved or in those units to begin with. That will increase the number of school buses that come in to that, onto Oval Road and into the Highlands and all.
It may or may not. The bus routes are established yearly by the school system based upon the demographics and where things are located. The existing service to this area may just be extended up into the new community. But again, that is a function of the school system. They establish that themselves.
Absolutely fair, but when you're looking at the traffic patterns, school buses are going to increase in that area based on
Maybe not.
496
It depends
units.
upon how they run the routes and the service they're already providing to our neighbors. So the buses are already traveling into this area. They may just change how they service other areas so that there's capacity on the buses that travel into this area. But again, if they had to add a bus or 2, that's not going to change the results of the traffic analysis. That level of traffic is not a changer.
Yes, it's not a bus or two because we have multiple school systems bringing in buses. It's not just the West Orange school system. We have private schools that are coming in. We have a lot of the Jewish schools that
Ma'am,
bring their
ma'am,
as well.
you're testifying.
Okay,
Ask your
sorry.
question, please.
I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Seth, S-E-T-H, Weiss letter, W-E-I-S-L-E-D-E-R. I guess the question is, on Howell Drive, that access road will be gated. And I guess the news is it's going to be asphalt, where I thought it might be one of those concrete blended in with grass, or is the whole thing going to be asphalt, or just the beginning of it, or the whole length of it?
The whole length, 15 feet wide with control gates.
Right, so how would someone who likes to venture up onto Howell Drive know not to drive through that gate, and how penetrable will that gate be?
I don't know if we have an actual detailed gate, but usually it's a chain or bollards, removable bollards, but usually they're impenetrable and they need to be maintained by the property owner. So if they do get damaged or removed for some reason, property management will be there to replace them.
Okay, and I understand that through the settlement agreement that there'll be no construction trucks entering or exiting the Howell Drive?
That's correct. My understanding from the reading of the settlement agreement is all construction access is from Warner Drive and no construction staging off-site.
Okay, and will the applicant be making any improvements to Howell Drive in that area for emergency vehicles and usage of that area, since you also own the other property surrounding your site?
Not to Howell Drive, just the connection itself. Howell Drive and the connecting roads are all established residential roadways. They're all 30 feet wide, and they're all set to accommodate the types of vehicles that service residential communities, including emergency vehicles. There's no reason to change them.
Okay, a kind of a question that sitting through these hearings that I've heard was the turnarounds, and I didn't hear any follow-up from anyone. Maybe it's been resolved, but I'm not an engineer or a traffic person, but the turnarounds for the fire trucks, has that been resolved? And have you been able to speak with our fire department if those are met on this plan that was shown on the ovals?
Mr. Anderson testified to that, and I believe that they are in the process of coordinating with the fire official on his input too.
Okay, because a lot of the testimony was traffic can speak to that, and then it was engineer could speak to it, and then traffic. So that's why I'm.
Mr. Anderson specifically addressed it and showed how it works.
And with that, I mean, I know we're concerned about emergency vehicles, but what about school bus turnarounds? Are those turnarounds big enough for school buses?
Yes. School buses are designed to travel residential neighborhoods, and they're no larger than emergency vehicles.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, I know you talked about the number of cars being, in your data set, but I'm wondering about how does it affect the amount of time for cars to get out of for the amount of time it will take cars to get out of Oval Road onto Eagle Rock, and whether they're making a left or a right. And then with Eagle Rock filling up pretty quickly, so what's the timing look like with these additional cars on drive times?
So,
because we talk about traffic,
Sure.
traffic meaning volume, and then traffic meaning time.
Yeah.
People think I can go down from West Orange to Verona in 10 minutes, and now it takes me 25 minutes because of what people say, traffic.
So the difference between an unsignalized intersection and a signalized intersection is probably best described by this with your own experience. This particular intersection, making the left out of Oval, is the most difficult movement at that location. It's impaired by sight distance to the right, which makes you a little bit uncomfortable making the left, and it's impaired by the through volumes on Eagle Rock Road. So anybody making that left is delayed depending upon the time of day and level of traffic, and is waiting for that gap and for that comfort level to make the left. And we all have different comfort levels as drivers as to making that turn. So that has a level of delay and frustration that you experience at an unsignalized intersection. With the signalized intersection and with the timing and level of service that we're achieving with the capacity, basically your experience is different. If you arrive during the green, you got no delay. You're gonna come down, you're gonna mobile, you're gonna see the left green, you're gonna make the left and no problem. If you arrive at the end of the red, then basically, as you experience at any traffic signal, the only delay you will really experience is waiting for the light to come back to green. But you have a whole different experience and a whole different level of frustration. Your frustration is going and trying to make a decision and looking for a gap. You're just waiting for the light to go green. So otherwise, your experience is time-wise is probably not too much different.
Right, so, you know, and again, I'm not a traffic expert, but would there be a delay to make that left onto Overall Road from Eagle Rock? Would there be a delayed green from the other direction? Sometimes in other cities now and towns, they're using instead of going from a red arrow to a green arrow or vice versa, they have a flashing yellow to warn you that it's about to change. And this already being a dangerous intersection before it, I think we need to look at the top of the line kind of whatever innovations are out there to prevent that. Would you agree?
Yeah, we will be designing to current standards, county standards. We will be using state of the art detection systems that the county uses, and the signal will be coordinated with Laurel Avenue. So all of that signal will incorporate the current bells and whistles that are available and permitted by the county. It comes down to the county's acceptance of whatever standards they want to, but they look to design their signals to operate efficiently and meet the applicable federal requirements.
And final question, were you able to look at other intersections? I believe you did look at Laurel and Eagle Rock, correct?
We did look at it because we will need to coordinate with that signal.
And what about the signal down the road at Eagle Rock and Pleasant Valley where it's already a disaster too?
We have not evaluated that intersection.
Okay, great. Could that be considered to evaluate that as well, to look at these changes? Because it's going to affect the whole roadway, which is already, I don't know if that's something that can be done, but it's going to definitely impact that intersection.
Our focus and obligation is the signal at Eagle Rock and Oval.
Correct. But would you agree that that could affect issues at Eagle, and again, at Eagle Rock and at Pleasant Valley?
There'll be additional traffic generation.
Okay.
One of the standards traffic engineers use, and actually the State Department of Transportation uses to define whether you might see an impact requiring analysis, is whether an additional 100 vehicles per hour is generated through a location. And we generate, once traffic comes out of Oval and distributes both east and west, we generate under that parameter. So we wouldn't consider it a study location under a traffic engineering standpoint, and we would not expect to observe a significant impact or change. That's not to say that it doesn't experience operating. That's not to say that there will be some additional vehicles travel through it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question. On the Howell Drive, instead of all asphalt, can you use geocell as a foundation base, which is permeable? It's in the green environment, and it is used in forests, and it is able to withstand the compression of a fire truck.
I think the owner can consider that. We just need to make sure that it works with grading and drainage.
Yeah, and it'll also help decrease the impervious coverage that a complete asphalt roadway would create.
Yeah.
And it's more environmentally friendly.
So just got to make sure, Paul, that the grading drainage works and that your emergency service is comfortable with that, and that and ownership is comfortable that they can maintain it and
Okay.
plow it.
Okay, look into it, please. Okay, super, thank you. Geocell. I come up with these things, so it's annoying. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, Patrick Laterza, Laterza. Couple quick questions. One, because I think there was some confusion for a moment there. The exit at Howell Road, which I keep on asking about. I know it's emergency access only, but you just mentioned because of how you guys are looking to.
Could you speak into the microphone a little louder, please, sir?
Okay, I'm one of them. Okay, because of how it's going to be paved, you were saying that possibly cars that needed to be rerouted might end up through that intersection in an emergency. Can we get clarification if that's the case or not? Or if it's purely
There's-
emergency vehicles?
There's no intent. Right now, it's designed purely for emergency vehicles. Generally, if we go to a paver situation, you wouldn't use it as vehicular access. Sometimes if it was a paved roadway and there was some extraordinary event, it would be there, but generally that's not the intent here. And it's certainly not proposed. And certainly would have to be an extraordinary event.
Okay, because I wanted to get an idea of how that would work, plus how impedance.
It would be purely within the control of emergency services in the township.
Okay. Second, what are you looking at as far as a delay from the Laurel light over to the new light that's going to be set up for traffic coming across and down if the lights are all conjoined?
Yeah, actually, once the signal is designed, really shouldn't be any change in flow along Laurel because it'll be designed for the progression of traffic along Eagle Rock Avenue, timed to the current signal. The controlling signal will be Laurel Avenue. So I wouldn't expect any real change in travel experience along Eagle Rock, except that it'll be more comfortable because the lanes will be better. There'll be a separated left turn lane at Oval, all of which should make that travel along Eagle Rock Avenue a better experience.
If the county comes back and says there needs to be some adjustments to how that setup of the light is going to work on Eagle Rock, is that going to make you do another traffic study to determine how everything is going to be figured out again, basically?
They would actually use the data we've developed to either concur with what we're doing or provide input to what we're doing. I fully expect, as it always is, it's a collaborative design. I mean, we know the standards, we know what they want, so generally we get it right the first time, but if there's something they want tweaked or adjusted, we have to work with them.
Okay, that's what I got. Thank you.
Good evening, Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road.
Ms. Bennett, will you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Chairman, I don't know if it's possible to get an exhibit of the Oval Road and Warner Road. I don't know if that exists, if there's the intersection of Oval and Warner. I just have a question about, did I hear that there's going to be a gatehouse? I think that there was some mention of a gatehouse.
Not as part of this application. In the settlement agreement, there's an agreement to work with the homeowners association to implement a gatehouse and or other traffic calming features. I don't know that there's a firm commitment to that, but that has been what has been expressed in the settlement agreement. But that remains to be a cooperative working resolution between the owner and the homeowners association.
I thought I heard tonight a mention of it not being on Oval Road, but it being on Warner Road and Councilman.
I was.
Okay, Mr. Plucker.
Yeah, I can address it. The discussion, the informal discussions pursuant to the settlement agreement between the applicant and the homeowners association for the Highlands is that the gatehouse would go on Warner Road, not Oval Road. And to the extent any approval would be needed after this job would be built and those improvements are made, we would obviously, if required, we would come to the board or go through the proper permitting process with the Township of West Orange.
And just where would it be located on Warner Road?
I don't think that's been determined yet.
But, okay, I'm just trying to understand if it's down near Oval Road or if it's up near this new proposed development.
They said it's under discussion with the West Essex Highlands 1.
Okay, so, all right. So if it's a gatehouse for this new development, then it would be, I'm assuming it would be up.
It's not for this development.
It's not for this development.
No, and it's not associated and or needed for this development. It's a request by the Highlands at West Highlands, Essex.
All right, the reason I'm asking the question, and I don't know if the map depicts Oval and Warner, I can't make that out. It looks,
It doesn't.
okay. So I'm looking at a map of Oval and Warner, and I went there today just to see, and the idea of a gatehouse at Warner and Oval disregards, I think it's Bongart
Ma'am,
Drive.
I need to listen for a second. It is not part of this application that they're presenting now. It is an agreement for a future thing based on a settlement agreement that the two organizations will have to discuss and come back to the planning board with concept plans.
So should I limit my inquiry and not ask about something that was raised earlier?
But he didn't testify to it.
Okay, all right. So, what is the reason for a traffic signal at, Eagle Rock Avenue?
To improve the operation of the intersection and safety of the intersection, as it exists today. On the unsignalized intersection, there are delays on the stop sign approach. There's sight line concerns looking right, making lefts are difficult, turning out, and the signal obviates all that.
In a word, safety.
Safety.
And is it because you'll be increasing the vehicular traffic at that location by at least double?
Well, it's, as was discussed earlier, it's been requested from the county in the past to deal with it, a signal at that location at the existing. So it's to deal with the existing traffic. And yes, certainly it's to address the additional traffic. So it's a combination of both.
Okay, and is my, I don't want to make the assumption. What is your assumption by way of how much more traffic will travel on Oval and Warner Road to get to that development?
As I testified to earlier, that in the morning hour, we would expect about 160 vehicles leaving this development, traveling down to Eagle Rock Avenue. In the evening, you're roughly looking at, call it 120 arriving back in and just under 100 leaving. So two-way traffic.
And how does that change the, like, presently in that development, approximately how many vehicles travel?
I had actually given that data also. So coming in from Eagle Rock, you have about 111 vehicles coming out in the morning, about 65 coming in the morning. In the evening, about 109 coming in and about 101 coming out, associated with the 370 units, the Chateau, and actually the paddle facility.
So it more than doubles?
Yes.
Okay, and the complete streets that everyone talked about earlier, it's just pertaining to the development, correct? It's not pertaining to, you're not completing Warner, you're not completing Oval Road.
Correct. Our application and our control is on our site.
Okay, and so the safety measure of the light and complete streets of the development is to enhance safety. But Warner Road and Oval Road that are going to experience more than twice as much traffic will not have any additional safety measures added.
So from that standpoint, Warner Road and Oval has the capacity to handle the additional traffic. Yes, there'll be additional flow, and it'll be, you'll see more flow. In terms of safety improvement, I think that's the intent of the agreement between the owner and the association to address that separately. Yeah.
I saw today and I see on the map that there are tennis courts and a pool on the other side of Warner, on the north side of Warner, and that on the south side of Warner is the majority of the residential units. Are you familiar with the tennis courts and other recreational facilities?
Within our site,
No, in the existing site.
there's the Essex Fells paddle facility that's along Oval Road, just up by Warner Road. Yes, I've seen those.
I think she's talking about the condo association.
I think so.
I just
So
want to make sure the record
is it Rieger Lane? It looks
Out
like,
by Rieger Lane.
right. So
Yeah, I've seen
Rieger,
that.
Rieger Lane crosses, as I understand, Warner Road. And I'm assuming that all the residents in that condo association are crossing Warner Road to get to the recreation facilities. When I was there, I saw people walking their dogs. I saw children walking along that area. I saw basketball courts. I'm assuming that it's for the residents of that area and West Orange. And I'm assuming that they have to cross Warner Road without sidewalks. And there's no, I'm asking, is there no plan to improve Warner Road You're adding more than twice the amount of cars that are currently traveling on Warner Road. But there's no plan on the part of the applicant to improve the safety for the residents that currently exist and the safety of the residents who will have to travel Warner Road to either get to that bus stop if they don't have a car.
So as I testified to, this application does not contain those elements, but as part of the settlement agreement with the association, there is a separate plan to progress under separate applications and improvements along Warner Road. And that's
Okay.
in the settlement agreement.
Thank you. So the other questions that I have, I just have two more sections of questions and they're much quicker. So I noticed that off of Warner Road, there's Davy Drive. Are you familiar with Davy Drive?
Yes,
Okay, so Davy Drive seems to go up to, let's say, Sullivan, and then you can pass back over to Warner. I don't know if there's any calming plans, traffic calming initiatives for Davy Drive, but just living in a neighborhood that has a similar set of features, when one road gets,
Bennett, this is not part of this application, so we want to focus on this.
I'm just trying to find out if there's going to be any
Bennett,
safety measures
Bennett,
added.
You got to listen to me. They don't have information on that, so we can't answer it. It is not part of that application.
So the planning board is considering the application without information
You're not
about.
listening to me. This is not
No, I'm
part of,
listening to you, sir.
but you're not hearing me. This is not part of this application.
So I should not inquire about
You can
safety
inquire,
measures?
but it's not part of this application.
And Chairman, I just like to state for the record, if they're going to
Ma'am,
add,
no record. Stop it. You have to understand
stop what?
that you
You've
have
made
to
a
understand we have to
Chairman,
focus.
Statement on the record, I am. You have a light at Eagle Rock, and you have a development at the top of a road.
Ma'am,
And they're saying everything in between, they're not testifying.
it is not part of this application.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough, Chair. Fair enough.
Thank you.
If you
Next.
feel it is not the purview of the board to consider that.
That's not what
fair enough.
you're not listening to me.
Oh, I'm listening to you, sir.
The
I'm
purview,
just challenging what you're stating.
the purview of the board and the application before us are two different things. It's the job of the board to focus on the application before us so the public can ask questions and understand, and the board can focus on the information.
And it's the job.
As you muddy the waters with things that are not part of the application, it becomes more difficult to pull out the actual information.
So, Mr. Chairman, I object to your suggestion that I muddy the waters. As a member of the public, it's my job to bring to your attention what I think is relevant, and a safety consideration on Warner Drive, I believe is relevant, and I believe the rest of the community does.
We're talking about Davy Drive now, so let's focus on what you said, and I'm not going to argue anymore. We're done. Thank you.
My next question is.
Go right
about-
ahead.
Thank you. You had mentioned Sprinter vans. Do you remember mentioning Sprinter vans? Something the size of a Sprinter van would have difficulty making a left turn?
yes,
Okay. So I think about Amazon vehicles, delivery trucks. I think about our Jitney. I heard that they're committing to Jitney stops. Our Jitney vehicles are larger than Sprinter vans. And I think about school buses. So are there considerations being made for vehicles that would naturally visit those locations, those buildings? And how they would travel beyond just these circles? Because a circle that's out of the way is less likely going to be used, and it's much more likely that vehicles are going to turn left. Are there ways that traffic can be compelled to follow one direction to the circles?
we believe the site's appropriately designed, meeting standards to accommodate those types of vehicles. I believe the site circulation will operate appropriately for the types of vehicles. There's nothing unusual in this site.
Okay, thank you.
Please come up and state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Rachel Klein, Klein.
To this gentleman over here, the chairman,
We're all taxpayers in this community. And we are concerned with a project that's gonna affect the entire community. But since I've been coming to this meeting, or these meetings, I find that you, Mr. Chairman, you need to speak to us, the residents, with respect. Because we're taxpayers, we pay a lot of taxes to live in West Orange. So I'm gonna ask you if you can speak to us with respect, because we have concerns. The woman that was just up here, she's talking about safety concerns as well, and there's a lot of other concerns that we have. But it's very disrespectful if you can't listen to us as taxpayers, and that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So let me respond, sir. We have the greatest respect for taxpayers to come up and focus on the application before us. The applicant is also a taxpayer in the township of West Orange. No matter who comes before the board, there are rules, just like in a courtroom. This is a quasi judicial body. The goal is that on behalf of the taxpayers, we hear the information pertinent to the application with due respect. Once people disrespect the board and the applicant and the people sitting in the room by bringing in things that they believe are part of the application but have absolutely no value, we do believe and understand your issues. Absolutely. Unfortunately, at this moment, that road is not part of this application. We have to understand how we have to respect the application in front of us. We have rules we have to follow. Everybody who comes up before us and speaks to the application can talk as long as they want. We give everybody a lot of time to get their information across because we do respect the taxpayer. But people that come up and ask other questions and make you think that this is part of the application is unfair to you. It is our job to make sure that the people of the township know exactly what's before the planning board and what we can do and what we can't do. So when people come up and start talking about other things and we respectfully ask them to focus and they don't, that's when you are being harmed.
What I'm saying is that I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, sir, but you're not civil. So there's a way that you speak to people. And you speak to us with respect. I understand what you're saying, sir. But you have to speak to us with respect. We're growing adults. I understand what you're saying, but please
Always.
speak to us here with respect.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
So when the chair asks for somebody to wait a moment and they keep talking over us, it is not respecting you.
I understand that, but there is a way that you can get your message across.
I appreciate your comment and I apologize if you feel that I did not.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Efron,
Before Mr. Affron, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Council President Rutherford.
So with regard to some of the comments that folks have had with regard to pedestrian safety, the bike lanes, the sidewalks, you are welcome to join us at a council meeting and raise it there. And we can, and there's another council person in here tonight shaking her head. We can understand what those are and, you know, get involved ourselves from that side. To Mr. Chair's point, this body is not going to be able to enforce any of that that has been suggested tonight. But there are other bodies that can. And if you can't make it to a council meeting, you can certainly send us an email. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Efron, sir, go right ahead, sir.
Nish Gajarawala, NISH. You got it? Yeah, you bet. GAJARAWALA. There's been a number of conversations tonight about the risks on Oval Road. I have two questions. First, on the roads that are in the plan itself, the schematics, who owns those going forward? And who will be responsible for ongoing maintenance?
It is owned by the applicant and maintained by his management company
For how long? Is there a duration?
forever.
Forever. Who owns Oval Road? and who is responsible for maintaining it going forward?
Mr. Plucker, do you know?
Oval Road's a private road.
It is a
And-
private road.
and my-
I can't
and
tell
my-
you who physically owns it.
And my client has I'm sorry, I can't.
Go ahead.
There's just a lot of talking. Oval Road is a private road and it has been maintained by my client.
Sorry, point of clarity, so the client owns Oval Road today? Meaning is responsible for the maintenance of that road and
My client, I don't want to misspeak. Title could be very complicated. My client has assumed the responsibility for the maintenance of Oval Road.
I'm confused.
But-
When you say your client, when you say your client, the applicant here is West Essex Highlands Condiment. I'm sorry, it's West Essex Highlands, Inc. You. But it's probably a different company name. That's my point.
Yeah, it's obviously, look, this is an ownership issue and I don't want to misspeak, so I don't want to
there's
create a
some
bad
common.
record.
It sounds like there's common ownership
Yeah,
in the.
There may be
applicant
common
for
ownership. The
this
association
product.
may snow,
For this
do some
project.
snow plowing on Oval Road. Obviously, there, with respect to the common roads between, Warner, there is an agreement, part of the settlement agreement. There is a way to divvy up the maintenance and of Warner.
So at this moment, there's no testimony of who owns Oval Road. It, however, is a private road, not owned by the township.
it is, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? It is a what?
Private road, not owned by the township of West Orange.
Okay, but I guess my confusion, if you will, is this new development will impact it'll double, more than double the amount of impact on the road, the wear and tear. And it's a private road and it's up to the private owner. And I'm still not clear on who owns it because that influences who's able to maintain it. Because all of the other residents of the Grand and all the other residents of the Highlands condos and the chateau and the paddle board users, they all need to rely upon this thoroughfare that this development is impacting. And it's not clear who owns it, what's the maintenance plan, because we've had issues in the past and now it just gets exasperated and worse going forward.
I understand what you're saying.
Yep. So I was
It-
just trying to ask for clarity as part of the application, and I don't think I'm still getting the full clarity.
We're not getting it either, but there's no testimony as to who owns it, unfortunately. And as it is a private road and there are multiple condo associations there, those are the people that need to get together and give you a better answer.
Okay. I think we need to get that answer before everything's approved, because that impacts long-term sustainability for all the residents of West Orange in this area.
Thank you. Okay, so ask. Mr. Efron.
Thank you. Bruce Affron, counsel for the objectors. Ms. Plucker, I just have a quick question for you, actually. You were giving an understanding of the status of the ownership. You didn't have personal knowledge, I assume.
I'm going to make the statement that it's my client's upon information and belief that Oval Road is a private road, and that's going to be the limit of my statement, right?
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have a witness saying this on personal knowledge. Mr. Plucker is acting in good faith, I understand, but there's been no actual evidence offered at this point as to the ownership of Oval Road. Is that a fair statement? Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay,
We agree.
And I appreciate the clarification.
thank you. I bailed you out, Mr. Plucker.
Always appreciate it.
I have just a few questions. Ms. Penke, I think we know the answer to this, but you had said one thing, and I just want to be clear as to what you were saying. You had mentioned there was, sorry. You had said that there were 3 points of access to the site. I assume you meant Warner Road and the two emergency entrances and exits, Kuzak and Howell. Is that correct?
Subject to the approval of this board, Kuzak Drive would be emergency access, but yes, they're all considered points of access under
Okay.
RSIS.
Right, but when you said 3 points, you meant 2 emergency are anticipated and 1 day-to-day point of access.
That will be the functional use of those access points, yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify what you had said by 3
Yes.
points. Do you have an understanding of how many people are estimated or expected to reside in the project if it is built?
I do not.
Do you know how many cars are slated for residents in the plans, assuming this project is built?
The site is designed, as testified by Mr. Anderson, to provide just north of 1,172 vehicles parked on the site. As I testified to, the actual parked vehicles will be quite a bit less.
How do you know that if you don't know how many people are expected to live in the site?
The database that transportation professionals use is actually related to the units, and units generally have occupants in it. So it's the standard we use is not per resident, it's per unit. And that's what's been selected in the industry. So it's been found to be a reliable independent variable.
For clarification, the database is the Institute of Traffic Engineers,
That's correct.
and you're referring, if I'm correct, to land use code, was it 221 in your report at page 8?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And that refers to multi-level, multifamily, mid-rise
Mid-rise.
units.
Units, correct.
And what mid-rise, where does mid-rise cut off? How many
3
stories?
floors.
3 floors, okay. Now, if this is 4, does it qualify under the mid-rise?
The mid-rise, it's 3 or more floors is.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 3 is
Yeah,
mid-rise.
Low rise would be under 3 floors.
Good, I'm glad we clarified. So, and what's the number where high-rise would begin typically?
Over 10 floors.
Okay, so we're mid-rise because we're between 3 and 10. Is that fair?
Basically, yes.
Okay. Now, the data you used came from ITE.
Yes.
Did you use any other sources of data in computing the number of trips in and out at different times of the day?
For the development, we use the ITE.
I think your answer gives this, I think your last answer answers this, but let me just follow up. Did you do any traffic study of comparable mid-rise developments in West Orange, North Jersey, or the general region?
Not specifically, but I did give ancillary testimony earlier that I did look at the generation coming in and out of the site as it relates to the townhouses that are there. And I testified to that earlier. But the data itself in ITE is of other similar uses.
Did you do an actual study of the usage in the association?
We actually did, well, there's 2 sources of evaluation here. There's the traffic counts we took in May, and then there's the 2018 more extensive counts that were taken by Mr. Lubinecki, and is documented in the appendix of my report.
And that's what you referred to when you said the
That's
difference
correct.
was essentially flat between the 2 years.
That's correct. And it also gives us the trip generation for the residential uses. You're able to ascertain that, yes.
Now, the townhouse development is not a multifamily mid-rise project, is it?
It's not. It would be a higher generator, as I testified to.
Okay, so the 300 units in the association are not necessarily analogous or comparable to what we might expect in this project.
It's similar, but like I said, it's higher. The important analogy is it's just providing some ancillary data to the board as to the viability of the ITE data.
Now, going to the ITE data, what sources does ITE draw upon in terms of the information you took from the site? Let me rephrase that, I'm sorry. What sources does ITE draw on in terms of the data that you took from ITE's code 221?
Well, it's basically traffic counts that have been conducted at similar mid-rise facilities nationwide and submitted by transportation professionals to ITE. And then they vet the data and update periodically the data source.
So IT doesn't use a database, say, for northern New Jersey in particular, does it?
No,
And they don't even use one for the metropolitan area, do they?
No, there are striations for urban areas for proximity to train stations and so forth. And as more and more data comes in, they try to striate it more. But what we found is the data is indicative of the level of traffic you can anticipate. The national data is really indicative. That there is really no substantial differences regionally. And as I said, we're not looking for the exact numbers. We're looking for the sort of level of traffic
No, no one would expect exact numbers. It's a projection, of course.
projection.
So, strike that. Why do you determine only 8 to 9 and 5 to 6 of the peak hours? Why not
But
8 to 10, 8:30 to 10:30, et cetera? Why, how do you settle on that?
because we're looking at for a peak hour, a 1 hour period, 15-minute segments. So when we look at the data, we take a longer, when we do our counts, we take a longer period. We look at the peak periods, that's, 6 AM to 9 or whatever, depending on the area. And then from that, we are able to find the peak 15 minutes. And quite frankly, when we actually get down to our analysis, we adjust for the peak 15 minutes within the peak hour. So our analysis even takes it down a level further because we're looking for the highest level of traffic to analyze and to design for.
You didn't do weekends, I noticed.
I didn't for residential development. Typically the higher impacts are on your commuter peak hours.
There's no concern about recreational travel, shopping travel, things of that nature on weekends going through the association?
No, in general, residential traffic's lower and more distributed throughout the day on weekends. So if you've designed for those weekday peaks, you've accommodated those weekend hours. That's generally what's done in the industry. Weekends, you would look at if it was a shopping center, restaurants, you'd look for the peaks if you were in a commercial area like that. So there are specific periods we know as traffic engineers that we'll find the peaks. And if we design for those, then all the other periods are ancillary.
I did have a couple more questions. You mentioned cooperation will be required with the Crestmont Country Club. You didn't explain what that is. What cooperation are you anticipating needing for the
There's
project?
two aspects to it. The improvements along Eagle Rock Avenue will, as questioned by Mr. Klein, would require some widening to get the left turn lane in. So some right of way or easements are required along the frontage of Crestmont Country Club. And then the other aspect that we're looking to do to help Crestmont Country Club and improve the safety of their driveway is, since we're putting in the signal and since we're looking for their cooperation, we would actually move their exit drive to the signal also. So that would improve the safety of that section of Eagle Rock and their egress.
That's what you were referring to by cooperation.
Correct.
Last question I have, did you do any study as to the effect on the associations, roadways, traffic movement, et cetera, from this new traffic coming in from these 500 new units?
So as I indicate in my traffic study and was documented in the appended traffic study from 2018, there was an extensive study with a higher level of traffic done at pretty much all the intersections along Oval Road and Warner Road, which indicated all those intersections would continue to function at good levels of service. Inside of the circulation of the Highlands, Davy Drive, or Kuzik Drive, if it's closed, there'll be no additional traffic and no changes to traffic flows within the actual frontage areas where the residents front on and have their driveways.
To your knowledge, since the 2006 application came before this board, have there been changes in the road patterns as one exits Howell or Kuzik?
Since 2006?
Yes.
I can't speak to that whole time frame now.
I'm sorry, I had one more question. But I may have forgotten. Oh, yes. You mentioned that if there's an accident on the circle, there will be a period of time when access out of this new project will be blocked. And you said people will just have to wait until it clears. Do you recall that general testimony?
I don't think it was with regard to the circle. I think the testimony was what if an accident happened on Oval Road that blocked Oval Road. Yes, not unlike today's condition. Anybody that lives in the townhouses or would be blocked from getting out until emergency services provided otherwise. I mean, physically, there is a connection, Oval Road up, but I don't know that that is available to be opened. I haven't researched that particular physical connection up by Warner Road and Oval Road, but yes.
It doesn't exist yet, that connection.
Well, there is actually a physical connection, but it's gated and I don't know who controls it and whether or not it is open to emergency services or not.
Now, you mentioned this problem of waiting till an accident clears is common in any townhouse development. That would apply to a development with only one point of ingress and egress. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And it's not uncommon to have locations with one point of ingress and egress. There's probably multiple communities in West Orange and certainly across the state that are designed this way.
Are you familiar with any by name that you can identify now
In this area,
that have one point of ingress and egress of this dimension?
I'm thinking Eagle Ridge over on Valley Way. I'm thinking Point at Crystal Lake.
You're thinking or you're saying you know this?
Those were the ones that come to mind that I believe have only one point and don't have and are served by emergency access. I think there's one right off of Pleasant Valley Way just south of 280 that has a single point of access, but it does have a emergency access out the back end. But again, it's a gated emergency access. So it would be similar to this. It's a gated emergency access.
Do you consider it the best practice to have a development of this size and have only one means of daily ingress and egress?
I disagree with that characterization. We have 3 points of access. 2 of them will be controlled by emergency access. In terms of the daily flow of traffic in and out of the site, yes, it's more than adequate to have just one road serve the site.
My question was, is it consistent with what you would understand to be the best practice?
Yes,
In-
yeah, there's no practice that says that you must have multiple points of access. In fact, one of the tenets of the State Highway Access Code is to minimize access, to control access. More access can create as much negative as it does positive.
Well, we'll look into that. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Okay. As the hour grows late, we're going to finish up our meeting this evening. The next regular planning board meeting will be held Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, at 7:30 PM via Zoom. This meeting will be carried. No further notice will be required to October 30th, Wednesday, 2024 in council chambers. Motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm 6:30 at 6:30 PM.
I couldn't hear what you just said. When's the next meeting?
October 30th,
October
Wednesday,
30th.
October 30th at 6:30 PM in council chambers. October 9th is the next regular planning board meeting. That'll be held via Zoom at 7:30 PM.
Just to clarify, this application next comes on the second to last day of October. Okay.
Yes, sir.
October 30th. Thank you.
Yes, sir.